How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final fight. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
And lastly, we ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. And any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
We please ask that there will be no recording or streaming of today's sessions from the floor. Any disruptive behavior today could result in being removed from the call. So, just be a nice person. So with the little housekeeping things out of the way, let's jump right in.
Again, we ask no recording or streaming of today's session.
We ask that there be no recording or streaming of today's session from the floor. Any disruptive behavior in today's session will result in being removed from the call.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
so they tolerate her.
Oh no, not anymore. She no. She's like, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We do not watch Democrats, liberals, or progressives on Socialism Saturday because, as you know if you watch my channel, Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not socialists and communists. Socialists and communists want to overthrow the government. They want to abolish capitalism. They want to uproot our entire way of life. Democrats, liberals, and progressives want to uphold capitalism. Did I say overthrow communism? I meant overthrow capitalism. You know what I meant. You know what I meant. Anyway, on Socialism Saturday, we watch the furthest of the far left. We only watch real radical revolutionary socialists on Socialism Saturday. And I have to give Reagan a shout out because Reagan actually yesterday notified me that this queer Marxist jackass named Sad Francisco made a whole video about me months ago where them was whining and complaining about the fact that I went to their book fair in San Francisco to listen to a presentation. And listen, I don't actually care about this particular them all that much, except that, first of all, it's not nice to lie about people. It's not nice to lie about people. Them, Sad Francisco, made this whole video saying, she came with these video recording sunglasses and she is recording all of us. Hey, Sad Francisco. These are the sunglasses I was wearing at the Howard Zinn book fair. They're not Meta Ray-Bans, bro. They're a normal pair of look, there's no camera. I'm going to do extreme close-up. There's no camera. They're prescription sunglasses. You want to know why I was wearing sunglasses indoors, bro? Because I have a condition with my eyes where I'm extra light sensitive with my eyes. So when I'm out in the real world, I'm almost always wearing sunglasses, whether or not I'm indoors or outdoors. These don't have, there's no battery. There's no video camera. There's no SD card. There's nothing. So, oh my God, socialists made shit up and then lied on the internet. Must be a day that ends in Y. Must be a day that ends in Y. And usually I'm not quite this vindictive. You know, commies lie about me all the time. What can you do about it? Yeah, they're like they live sunglasses. They're just magical sunglasses where all of a sudden I'm recording something even if I don't have a video camera or an SD card. I was... That may not have been far from the truth. No. I would never be high when I'm undercover at a socialist event. That would never happen. Yeah, sunglasses are a tool of capitalist oppression. Yeah, exactly. No way a socialist lied about me. Oh my God. It's like socialists and communists don't give a flying fuck what the truth is. This little faggot lied about other things as well. But you know what? We're not going to go back and relitigate them. Because honestly, I don't actually really care all that much. The thing of it is, though, I was looking around for something to watch for Socialism Saturday today. And listen, you can't just dangle you can't just dangle a burrito in front of me in the form of the queer Marxist who lied about me on the internet, interviewing our favorite abolished the family communist. Now, we have a lot of new people on the channel lately because a lot of people have been finding the channel from protest coverage and things like that. One in the chat if you have watched Sophie Lewis before. Two in the chat if you have not watched Sophie Lewis before. I was like, this is perfect. I was like, this jackass lied about me on the internet. And this particular them retard is interviewing Sophie, our favorite queer Marxists. One in the chat if you know who Sophie is. Two in the chat if you are totally new to Sophie. Sophie is our goddess. Sophie is the internet love of my life. Sophie is our ginger dragon, abolish the family, queer, communist, non-binary Marxist. We love Sophie. We are Sophie stans on this channel. We are Sophie supporters. Well, not really supporters. I mean, I am subscribed to Sophie's Patreon. Like, unironically, I do actually give Sophie $3 a month on Patreon, which, you know, she doesn't complain about me giving her money. I'll tell you that. Like, Sophie Lewis is one of the most plain-spoken queer Marxists that you will find on the internet. And the thing we love about Sophie is she has no edit feature. So Sophie just says the quiet part out loud over and over and over and over and over and over again. And Sophie fucking hates me. She loves me though. I secretly think Sophie loves me because Sophie is in a, I'm pretty sure Sophie is in a polyamorous throuple. I'm not making this up. I follow Sophie on Instagram. I have seen many of Sophie's lovers get posted to Instagram, and some of them are women and some of them are they thems and some of them are men. I have seen Sophie's boobs on Instagram on multiple occasions. And I'm pretty sure that Sophie is in a queer polyamorous, like, polycule of some sort where she just has multiple lovers for like every day of the week. I'm pretty sure that's it. Anyway, one of the things that one of our finest Sophie moments. So the thing you guys got to understand about queer Marxism is that Sophie has actually written many queer Marxist books. Most of her books are about abolish the family. But when we're talking about this presentation tonight, World's Worst TERFs and Girl Bosses with Sophie Lewis, something that you guys might find interesting that you might not realize about queer Marxism, which is the left's most dystopian ideology. And for people, again, I have to bring all the new people up to speed. I have been working on 2 books about queer Marxism for like over a year. I thought they were going to get done much sooner. I wanted them to get done. None of my books that I wanted to get done have gotten done because I'm working on like 4 books at the same fucking time. And that's a problem. And I got to work on that. That is a to get better at for me. But 2 of the books that I've been working on and researching for diligently for a long ass fucking time are books about queer Marxism. Queer Marxism is the most dystopian ideology on the far left. It is a fascinating rabbit hole to go down, which is why I've spent so much of my time covering it. However, if you've been new to the channel and you haven't followed my previous coverage over like, if you've only come around in like the last couple months, you haven't seen a lot of my coverage because we've been focusing on the anti-ICE protests and things like that. Queer Marxism is a whole other ball of wax though. You want to talk about some of the most fucked up ideas in society? That is queer Marxism. You want to talk about abolishing all gender because it's not just, they don't want to get rid of just men. They don't want to get rid of just women. They want to get rid of all gender. All gender. They want to eliminate the gender categories altogether. No men, no women, a world of non-binary they thems. The reason they want to eliminate gender is because they believe that gender is a social construct created by capitalism. Now, Sophie is a queer Marxist, and so Sophie last year wrote a book called Enemy Feminisms. And this particular copy of the book, Sophie really liked this. Sophie actually signed this copy of the book specifically for me. You can see 4KB right at the top. Now, Sophie didn't know she was signing this for me when a member of my community went to a Sophie Lewis book talk event in person and asked Sophie to sign the book for me and then mailed me the book that Sophie signed. Sophie signed this book herself. This is a Sophie Lewis touched copy of Enemy Feminisms, and it is in my possession. And Sophie was really thrilled when she found out that this was signed for me. I'll tell you what. And what this book is about all of the bad feminists who are not anti-capitalist feminists. So there are many groups of enemy feminists that the far left doesn't like. They do not consider all feminists to be on their team. So if you're one of those people, you're like, feminists ruin everything. Well, hang on to your fucking hat, because the queer Marxists, the radical leftists, actually believe there's a whole lot of enemy feminisms that are not real feminists, because this entire book, basically the premise of this book is that you are not a real feminist unless you're an anti-capitalist communist. That is the requirement to be a real feminist to the far left. You have to be an anti-capitalist communist, and that is basically what this book is about. And so tonight we are going to be listening to Sophie and the lying fraud that is Sad Francisco, who just makes shit up on the internet. But, you know, the only reason we're going to even waste our time on this queer they them retard is because they them interviewed Sophie. And so if you interview Sophie, I will probably watch what you do because Sophie is fascinating and she's awesome and we love Sophie. And she says the quiet part out loud over and over again. Oh, by the way, Sophie, we also have Sophie on video talking about wanting to abolish private family kitchens because communists want everyone to eat in the community canteen. You will have no need for a private family kitchen or a private washing machine and dryer when you are in communism because you will eat all your meals with the communists in the commune at the community canteen. You will do your laundry at the community laundry and all this stuff. So you won't need those things in your house anymore. We also have Sophie on video talking about abolishing family and abolishing parental rights. She says, fuck parental rights, like flat out, like very, very clearly. She thinks that we need to have children via surrogacy or grow children in bio bags, like when they were cloning sheep. We have her on video saying all of this. Sophie says some of those crazy shit on the whole internet. And I had to give my new people a Sophie moment. I had to introduce, because if you're going to be on my channel, listen, we don't just do protest coverage. We analyze and follow the far left every single day, regardless of what's in the news cycle or not. And if you're new to the channel, I had to give you a Sophie moment. There is, you are not a full-fledged member of my community until you fall in love with Sophie the way we all have fallen in love with Sophie. Okay. And so that's what we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to be watching this guy, this they, them. I'm sorry, I don't mean to misgender queer Marxist communists. This they, them retard interview the queen, the ginger dragon, Sophie Lewis. I don't know if Sophie's family was socialist, but a lot of socialists are raised by other socialists. I don't remember if she definitely has daddy issues, I'll tell you that. Now, that's not why she wants to abolish the family, but she wrote about in one of her books how she didn't think her father would love her if they were not biologically related or something like that. So she definitely has some sort of daddy issue, but that's not why she wants to abolish the family. That's not the logic of it. But I think there's something going on there. Anyway, that's another question for another day. But before we get into that, I have a couple other kind of like appetizers that I'd like to serve up. The first one is I want to watch this video. This is only 20 minutes long, and this is on a socialist YouTube channel called Second Thought, and it says, the new Red Scare is here. So communists are starting to be afraid that a new era of McCarthyism is afoot. And I gotta be honest, I support this. I want to be the leader of the new era of McCarthyism. It's called McCarlynism, if you don't know. I was the first person to get a communist college professor fired from his job for calling to overthrow the government since the McCarthy era. I was the first person to get a college professor's tenure revoked and to get him fired from his fucking professor job for calling to overthrow the government since the 1950s. That is a fun fact. And so I just, listen, man, I don't want to pat myself on the back here, but no one else has done that shit. No one else has reached the McCarthy-like status that I've reached by getting communists actually fired from their fucking jobs for being communists. So I can't think of a better person to lead the new era of McCarthyism if I'm being honest about it. Yeah, McCarlynism is the highest form of anti-communism. So true. So true. So we're going to watch that video and we're going to talk about that. Yup, Tom Alter got deported from his job at Texas State University, and then they formed a whole fucking committee to try to fight with me for several months. And I won, communists lost. Tom Alter's still out there crying about it, by the way. He ain't getting his job back. Too bad, so sad, Tommy. Too bad, so sad. But before we get into that, I got something I got to show you guys. You're a fan? Thanks, Suzanne, starting us off strong with the first super chat of the day. By the way, Let's get those channel memberships coming in. We got 100 channel membership goal, guys. We got a lot of spy streams coming up this week. My work is supported and funded completely by you guys. I would love to bring 100 new channel members into the stream today, into the community today. So if you guys want it, all we need is 20 people donating 5 channel memberships. And I'll tell you guys, I'm a lot happier when we meet our goals earlier in the stream. I'm just saying, we got a great big goose egg at the moment. I'm sure that's going to change because you guys rock. You guys always support my work. I really appreciate it. Birdman Racing, the mutual aid fund. All I heard was boobies, doc. Well, you know, whatever it takes, Birdman, whatever it takes. I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Let me see. Yo! Greek Heat. Starting us off strong with the W's. 10% of the way to our goal already. Thanks so much, Greek Heat, for the 10 channel memberships. Let's update our tally here. Starting off strong. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Greek Heat, the hero that we need. Okay, I got to show you guys this, though. I got to show you guys this. You guys are going to love this. Yo, we got Grim in with the 5 channel memberships. W's to Grim. Thanks so much, bro. You rule. Up to 15 channel memberships already. Look how easy this is. Look how easy it is. That's all it takes, guys. Support the community, hand out some channel memberships. That's all that's required. But I got to show you guys this. Yo, Cynthia in with the 50. Cynthia, are you still banned from sending channel memberships? Are you still banned? Okay, Cynthia is currently banned from sending channel memberships, so I have to send channel memberships on Cynthia's behalf. That's all right. I don't mind doing it. Hang on. We're getting another 10 channel memberships on behalf of Cynthia because she's currently banned from buying more channel memberships. YouTube took her credit card away. They were like, Cynthia, you've been spending too much on those channel memberships. We're not going to let you spend no more. So Cynthia is sending in a super chat, and I am handing out some channel memberships on her behalf. Cynthia, thanks so much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And 10 new channel memberships there. Let's see, what else do we got? We got Deets in here, member for 1 month. Cheapest education you'll ever get. I changed my name, Karlyn. I was tired of the numbers. My aunt made up this name when I was young. Oh, Dorfus. Okay, so Dorfus is now Deets. Thanks, Dorfus. Really appreciate it. Or Deets now, I got to get used to calling you. We got a gifted channel membership from Deets. We got another 5 gifted channel memberships from Birdman Racing. W for Deets. W for Birdman Racing. Really appreciate it. That's 6 more gifted. You guys are going to make me do fucking math now, aren't you? Guys are going to make me do math. It's okay. I don't mind. I used to be good at math back in the day. There we go. We got Blind Doggle here. Love from Denmark. Stay white. Yo, I'm a big fan of your guys' royal family. Thank you, Denmark, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Is that all we got so far? It's all we got so far. That's okay. I got to show you guys this. Oh, wait. We got Effectual Insurrection over on Rumble. Publicly shame, ridicule, and expose those who say they want to overthrow the government and make our country commie. Heck yeah. Yeah, we're going to shame communists into shutting the fuck up. That is the goal. Shame communists until they literally shut the fuck up. Guys, check this out, though. Check this out. You guys know how we always make fun of queer Marxists who look non-binary? You guys know how we call non-binary people Pat? Well, the communists, the queer Marxist non-binary communists, are embracing being Pat. I swear to God. I swear. They are embracing being Pat to the extent that they have made a documentary about being Pat, and we're going to watch the trailer of it. Yo, W's in the chat for Darla. 5 gifted channel memberships. Awesome, Darla. You rule. Thanks so much, guys. We're almost halfway to our goal. Will we meet our goal before we even start the main event? That would be rad. Check this out. Check this out. This is a film screening happening at the University of Chicago this week. We Are Pat. Thursday, February 19th. If you're in Chicago, someone in Chicago should go to this. Join the Center for Study of Gender and Sexuality and the Film Studies Center for a screening of the new documentary We Are Pat. We Are Pat explores the evolution of gender identity and comedy from the 90s to the present day through the lens of the iconic Saturday Night Live sketch, It's Pat, The film examines Pat's origins as a joke rooted in the cultural anxiety of the 90s around gender, while drawing striking parallels to today's culture wars around transness and queerness. Trans and non-binary comedians and culture makers reimagine and rewrite the original Pat sketches using camp and humor to reclaim and re-envision an iconic character in American comedy. This film explores humor as both a tool of oppression and a radical force for change. Beyond comedy, We Are Pat raises complex questions. How does art age? What responsibility does a creator have as a culture of values evolve? Can we reclaim narratives that once mocked us, transforming pain into laughter, visibility, and ultimately our own creations? You guys want to watch the trailer for this this work of art that's going to be premiering at the University of Chicago this week? You guys want to see what this is about? Oh wait, here it is. Let's see what this is.
I think if I had told my 10-year-old self that 30 years later I'd be making a movie about Pat, I wouldn't have believed it. That's really good. But well, here I am, surrounded by Pats. My obsession with Pat began in the early 90s on SNL.
I'm Pat.
Pat was nerdy, chunky, wore a Western shirt, and was indecipherable as a man or a woman.
Pat, did you hear about our Halloween party?
Oh, yeah. The guys are bringing liquor, and the women will be bringing hors d'oeuvres. So you'll be bringing...
Pepto-Bismol.
And everyone was always trying to find out Pat's gender. That was the sketch. The whole sketch. And it lasted for over 4 years on Saturday Night Live and through one major motion.
Yo! Cynthia in with another 50. 10 more, please. All right, Cynthia. All right. I got you, Cynthia. I got you with 10 more channel memberships. All right. Queen Cynthia finding a way around the system. Here we go. 10 more gifted channel memberships on behalf of Cynthia. There you go, guys. There you go. Up to 46 already. You guys rule. Don't let Cynthia do all the hard work, guys. Come on. Let's continue.
Picture, a draft of which was even written by Quentin Tarantino. My middle school friend and I used to watch It's Pat the movie
W. Wolf!
over and over again.
Thanks, Wolf. 5 gifted channel memberships from Wolf. You guys rock. Look, we're already halfway to the goal already. Haven't even started the main event. Okay, let's finish the Pat trailer.
It was fucking hilarious.
Fucking hilarious.
I know. Muffy likes it too.
When the film flopped, Pat was left to rot in the annals of history.
Oh no, not that.
But not for me. Pat lingered somewhere in the back of my mind, dormant until 20 years and a gender journey later, when I was out one night with friends. I went home and rewatched It's Pat the movie. I still laughed my ass off. But this time, I saw something totally different. I saw me.
All right. That is the trailer for the new documentary, We Are Pat, which is embracing Pat as a non-binary queer Marxist icon. And that should tell you a lot about the queer Marxism journey that you guys are getting into with tonight's stream. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. That's screening at the University of Chicago. If you guys think Trump got this stuff out of universities, I just don't know what to tell you. They're literally having that movie at the University of Chicago this week. So that's good. Anyway, let's move on to our second appetizer before we get to our main event. This is a 20-minute little video about how communists are afraid the new Red Scare is here. And I think that we should be reinforcing this belief. I think that we should absolutely be making communists afraid again. I think that's the way to go. Let's watch this, and then we're going to get into our why we hate feminists discussion with the queer Marxist Sophie and the liar San Francisco. But let's watch this first.
You don't seriously think you're going to get Americans to go communist, do you?
It sure sucks to be right all the time. 4 years ago, we made a video about the Red Scare coming back, and, well...
The future looks red, as in communist.
We have been fighting the spread of communism.
Communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump.
You could go through her ideology. It's the ideology of a communist.
We will get
It's
more and more
not,
information
actually.
about the network and how we can.
By the way, only retards think that Kamala Harris is a communist. We are better than that. Kamala Harris was not a communist. The communists were protesting Kamala Harris. The communists protested the DNC. The communists were showing up at Kamala Harris rallies protesting. Kamala Harris talked overtly about embracing capitalism at her rallies. Kamala Harris's husband talked about embracing capitalism. They kicked the communists out of their rallies because they were being disruptive. Literally, the only people in the world who think that Kamala Harris was a communist are conservative retards that don't actually listen to the left. Yo, we got a member, Chav. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 2 months. Hanging with all of you is a great way to spend your birthday. Oh, happy birthday, SoCal Ella. We appreciate you being here with us. Thank you for being a channel member. Happy birthdays in the chat for SoCal Ella. Hope you guys are also having a good Valentine's Day. My husband is off working. I don't know what he's doing. We had our date yesterday when we went out to breakfast. I didn't get any flowers or nothing for Valentine's. It's okay. I'm not complaining or anything. I don't actually care. But I hope you guys all had a good Valentine's Day. Yo, we got 5 gifted channel memberships from SoCal Ella. W's. You got a happy birthday and a round of W's in the chat. That's pretty cool. Up to 56 already. We're going to hit this before we even get to the main event. I can feel it.
Root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society.
This is the first time in American history that there is an all-of-government effort to dismantle left-wing terrorism, to dismantle Antifa.
Oh,
Just look at the
no.
result of yesterday's election in New York, where their party installed a communist as the mayor.
We're in the first stages of a new Red Scare, and things are getting hotter for sure. Frog in a hot tub kind of vibes. Not exactly stewing yet, but the heat is definitely there, and the jets are hitting just right.
Have you ever been a member of the Communist Party?
No peoples in the world can feel secure against the
By the way, I told this story yesterday, but just for people who weren't here, my husband became an American citizen yesterday. It was a very emotional and touching event. When my husband checked in for the naturalization oath ceremony, they actually asked him, have you become affiliated with any communist groups or terror groups? And he had to, of course, answer no. But I thought that was awesome. But in order to become an American citizen yesterday, my husband had to overtly say that he is not affiliated with any communist groups. And I was like, yes, we have that. At least we have that.
It is a matter of national survival.
The communist seizure of power.
But first, it's ad read time, because God knows we're not making any money from YouTube AdSense. Thank you, Google. Skip ahead to this time.
No ad, communist, no ad.
Won't lie to you,
no.
these things are usually pretty easy to spot. Red Scares are periods, historically speaking, during which civil liberties are attacked in the name of defending America from domestic movements for justice and equality.
How does communism exist if it is so intolerable to the people it rules?
It is a way of life, an evil and malignant way of life.
They take over organization after organization in America in just 2 steps: infiltration and agitation.
I don't think you have any conception of the danger of the Communist Party.
To some extent, there's always some of that going on. But in moments where you have an unpopular war, economic problems at home, and visible racialized violence coming together, like we do today, that's when the communist label starts being thrown around and becomes much more toxic.
Communist?
Communist.
He's a straight-up communist.
And the effects of that can be devastating. Just a few months ago, we saw one of the clearest signals that things are escalating when Trump signed the National Security Presidential Memorandum No. 7, also known as the NSPM 7. This is not a normal executive order. It's not an executive order at all. I know it's become way too easy to tune those out with the over 200 Trump has already signed, but NSPMs are actually an entirely different kind of document. Unlike executive orders, which cover general federal day-to-day operations, NSPMs are specifically for the defense, foreign policy, intelligence, and law enforcement apparatus. So, cops. And in this NSPM, the 7th ever, all those sectors are tasked with a new project. Quote, disrupting groups, organizations, and even individuals who display any of the following things that the NSPM calls indicators of violence: anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, extremism on gender, and hostility towards those who hold traditional American views on family, to name just a few.
Now, if only this order was actually being enforced, but it can't be enforced because they can't identify the groups that are involved, but I digress.
These are anarchists and agitators,
True.
Professional anarchists and agitators,
No,
and they
not
get hired
no.
by wealthy people.
No. Trump is a massive fucking retard. Everyone who works for Trump is a massive fucking retard. There is no universe in which they're paid protesters. They're not professional fucking anarchists. That is a contradiction in terms. And literally, Trump is one of the main people misinforming the public about what's going on, because everyone that works for Trump is a massive fucking retard. And just so you guys know, especially if you are new here, you will learn more about the far left from my channel than like literally everyone in the Trump administration knows. Trump is a major, 1 in the chat if Trump is a major fucking retard, 2 in the chat if Trump knows exactly what he's talking about.
As far as Red Scares go, this one is really on the nose. This NSPM makes holding any of these views, which it doesn't bother to carefully define, a sort of pre-crime that just about anyone to the left of the MAGA crowd could reasonably be accused of. And it gives the DOJ the authority to investigate people who hold these views without any of this having to be approved by Congress. Which is useful because some in Congress have already caught on to what's going on here.
It certainly appears like it's a strategy to take folks you disagree with and label them a terrorist threat when there may be absolutely no such threat at all.
The NSPM 7 is a concerning development, but in all honesty, we've already seen what this sort of crackdown looks like before it was even signed.
No. You seem to have the idea that you need to embrace retardation if someone claims to be on your side. This is like when conservatives say to me, they're like, don't you know we're on the same team, except that the people they want me to be on the same team with have been lying to the public and misinforming the public for years. And apparently I don't have any choice about whose team I'm on any given day. Like, no, Trump is not our retard. He's not. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't support Trump. I think Trump is a massive fucking faggot, a cuck to Israel, and he spends most of his time on his knees taking Bibi Netanyahu's cock in his mouth. Trump is not on my team, dude. Trump lies to and misinforms the public. Trump pretends to do things he doesn't do. Trump is actively letting the far left win every single fucking day. Trump is Israel's retard. That's exactly right. Trump is Israel's retard. He's not my fucking retard. Not on the same team. Happy V-Day, everyone. Thank you, Murphy's Pool. Really do appreciate it.
Remember the anti-ICE protests in LA last summer?
Our continuing coverage of the fast-moving developments in Los Angeles. Today, protesters were back out on the streets for the 3rd consecutive day. President Trump deployed some 2,000 National Guard members in response to violence and chaos in the city.
In June, the SSCC put 3 organizations, quote, on notice for what it calls supporting coordinated protests and riots, lawless mob actions, and aiding and abetting criminal conduct. Now, that kind of warning is concerning enough on its
Well, you think this because you don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to be very blunt. I've seen you saying a lot of things in my chat for weeks now. You think you know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. So this is going to be a day where you need to attach your top lip to your bottom lip and be quiet and listen and learn.
own. But in this same letter, these three groups were also told they now have to keep all communications and contractual, financial, travel, and strategy information related to their role in, quote, planning, coordinating, or funding the protests, or face possible criminal investigation. And while on paper, this means that if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear, the reality is that this is a pretty common intimidation tactic that's been used in the last two Red Scares of the 20s and 50s to shut down progressive orgs. Without needing to take anyone to trial, warnings like these create fear, and that fear drives down membership. Abiding by these demands and surrendering all this data also takes work, and therefore resources, away from organizing and recruiting, which also hurts membership. This kind of scrutiny also opens the door to facing all sorts of penalties for non-compliance, which are bad enough already, but they can also implicate people outside the immediate organization who become guilty by association. Effectively, this is a low-effort way for the state to hurt progressive organizations and their communities without anybody needing to be formally tried for any crime.
I want to point something out here. This guy is saying this is all about progressive organizations. Let's just look at the description of his YouTube channel in his description, okay? Second Thought is a channel devoted to education and analysis of current events from a socialist perspective. This is not a progressive YouTube channel. This is a socialist YouTube channel. He's saying progressive because he is trying to gaslight people. Bro, what did I literally just fucking say to you? Stop talking. Start listening. We're doing something else right now. You came in the middle of my fucking class and you want me to rewind the entire class and start again just for you? No. Rewind the fucking stream. Hang on.
The accusation is destructive enough. To give you an idea, this very kind of thing shut down groups like the CAA back in the 50s, when 18 years of pressure just became too much. And let's actually stay on the 50s for a second, because there's a lot to learn about how Red Scares work back then.
Chairman J. Parnell Thomas of New Jersey opens an inquiry into possible communist penetration of the Hollywood film industry.
I don't believe it's a political party. I believe it's an un-American thing. And I feel that they really ought to be smoked out.
When you hear about the second Red Scare, if that's something that happens to you, it's usually through the prism of what happened in Hollywood.
These are the Hollywood 10. In the fall of 1947, they were subpoenaed to appear before the House Committee on Un-American Activities. They were tried and declared guilty. They appealed their cases to the...
The 50s were a beautiful time in America, a beautiful time when communists were actually persecuted. Can we bring back the persecution of communists again? I think that anyone admitting that they're a communist or a socialist in polite society should be fired from their jobs and shunned by polite society and not allowed to shop in businesses. It should be kind of like people who refuse to wear masks during COVID. I think all the same things that happen to people who refuse to get vaccinated or wear masks during COVID should also happen to communists and socialists. Fire them from their jobs, don't allow them to shop in businesses, kick them off airplanes, do not allow them to exist in polite society. I think that we should make persecuting communists just like a national pastime again. Can we make that dream a reality? I think we can.
Higher courts. Their appeal was denied. All 10 are now in federal prison, serving 1-year sentences.
The big thing people know about the 50s Red Scare is blacklists. Naming names. Lists of over 900 people suspected of being communists and thereby ostracized from having any place in Hollywood.
The 6 or 7 major studios early in December of 1947 made this announcement that 10 persons who had refused to divulge before the committee their political affiliation would no longer be employed in the Hollywood motion picture industry.
Writers had to go underground. Oscar-winning actors weren't hired for decades. Studios abandoned their directors. During the height of McCarthyism, suspicion of communist ties was enough to ruin lives and careers.
I think it was probably a very necessary thing at the time, because the radical liberals were going to take over our business.
And had it only been that, the Red Scare would have already been a massive attack on freedom and free speech. But the second Red Scare was much more than blacklists. Quote, by official counting, 2 people were executed by the state, several hundred academics were fired, several thousand went to prison or were deported, and several tens of thousands lost their jobs as state or federal workers.
Dang.
The FBI spied on Americans in the civil rights movement. The Supreme Court upheld the convictions of those who refused to name names. Cities like Chicago barred suspected communists from public housing. And New York even denied fishing licenses to those who wouldn't swear an anti-communist loyalty oath.
So good. So
wouldn't even give them the
awesome.
benefit of the doubt. Now, on the organization side of things, groups like CPUSA, CAA, and the CRC were banned and or
By the way, CPUSA is making a comeback. Just for people who don't, who are, again, for people who are new here, we very rarely talk about the Communist Party USA because, quite frankly, the Communist Party USA, CPUSA, has been completely ineffectual for years and years and years. They have not been relevant on the far left at all. In fact, CPUSA in 2024 had a little bit of a scandal where they kicked everyone out who refused to vote for Joe Biden because the entire membership revolted. The leadership of CPUSA said, we're going to vote for Joe Biden. And the entire membership was like, fuck you, no we're not. And so they kicked everyone out of the party apparently. And that's how the American Communist Party formed, which is the MAGA communist retard thing that Haas does with Midwestern Marx, which is also stupid and retarded. And by the way, the American Communist Party is also not relevant on the far left. It's why we don't talk about it. Haas is a massive fucking retard that is universally denounced by real communists and socialists. It's not a real thing at all, which is why you never see it on the channel. However, something has happened in CPUSA where it seems like they've gotten new leadership or something, and I've started to see a lot of videos popping up of younger people encouraging like the membership in CPUSA and stuff like that. So it's something we're gonna have to start watching again at some point, but I just want to like put that note out there. The reason we haven't been watching it is because it just frankly hasn't been relevant, but it seems like it's starting to be relevant again.
or lost tens of thousands of members. We're talking about a huge chill across all of civil society, and not just in socialist groups that were officially targeted, as you might expect, but almost everywhere on the left.
So real.
And I'll let you in on a
Thank you.
secret. That was the point. While on their face, Red Scares designate communism as the enemy, communism is a flexible enough word to include anything vaguely progressive the government wants to target.
They are lying, dirty, shrewd, godless.
Hang on, effectual insurrection. It says a super chat. Oh, hang on. You know, anyone on Rumble saying Obama's a communist? No, he fucking wasn't. Communists hate Obama. Please stop with the conservative retardation. Is anyone that issues on donating on YouTube can do it over? Okay, effectual insurrection seems to be saying that if you have issues on YouTube, you can donate over on Rumble. So I think that's what is being said. I don't really understand it, but thank you, appreciate it.
Murderous, determined, and it is not an American political party like any other.
During the 50s, that meant things like targeting black activists pushing for equal human rights, especially aggressively, and seriously undermining progressive programs like the New Deal. Now, the New Deal was not a communist project, just to be clear. But under McCarthyism, fear of Reds became the justification for a total assault on workers' rights that the New Deal had improved. For example, one way the New Deal was sabotaged was with the Taft-Hartley Act. Taft-Hartley curbed the right to strike and boycott and made unions much, much weaker as a result. And Taft-Hartley was far from the only...
Bro, I don't care who you quoted about the Obama shit. It is factually true that that Obama was not a communist and that communists do not support Obama. So I don't give a flying fuck who you were quoting. If I don't hear from real communist activists in the real world, it is irrelevant to me. You guys cherry pick way too many fucking quotes that aren't actually grounded in reality for me to ever take it seriously.
Strategy used to achieve that. A big part of the Red Scare was also the thousands of state and federal workers being purged from the government. Black, Jewish, and queer workers were disproportionately targeted and accused of innate communist sympathies and fired en masse, thereby gutting the government of its more social and regulatory powers in the process. And to that end, this scare looks a lot like the last one.
We are now in day 31 of the government shutdown, and many SNAP recipients will not receive benefits tomorrow on the first of the month.
As of writing this, 40 million people just went without SNAP benefits for weeks as Trump blamed the shutdown on Democrats and labeled them part of the, quote, radical left. Last year, Doge tore through hundreds of thousands of federal jobs led by a billionaire whose life mission is being anti-woke. And you probably missed this, but last January, the chair of the NLRB, the part of the government in charge of enforcing labor law and protecting workers from unfair labor practices, was fired, meaning the NLRB is now, quote, toothless, according to another fired NLRB official. And we're well on the way to the National Labor Relations Act being repealed entirely. This could potentially mean no more federal right to collective bargaining or worker organizing at all. And if there's some stir around the words communist and Antifa today, woke seems to be the preferred wedge for forcing these tactics through these last few years. Communism is bad, always, but woke is scary now. So now everything is woke, from universal healthcare to drag. And under this label...
You know what? I feel like he's totally calling conservatives out on the fact that conservatives don't actually know what they're fucking talking about.
Anything and everything becomes a very real threat to Americanism. See, real Americans don't watch drag shows or afford life-saving procedures or protest. That's lib woke commie shit. Real Americans shut up and take it. And take it, some people are. Just like in previous Red Scares, we're seeing private institutions willingly running away from woke like their predecessors ran away from red. If the last Red Scare relied on Hollywood to self-police, today law firms, universities, major brands, and hospitals have all already shown themselves to be ready to bend the knee. They've rejected any association with wokeness, and in the process, have happily helped this Red Scare along without even being forced. And the effects of that can be dramatic. For past Red Scares, all the infiltration, intimidation, and general destruction of civil society poisoned the well on progressive politics for years. At the end of World War II, the progressive movement was rich and interconnected. Membership in groups like CPUSA peaked. Anti-fascism was anti-capitalism, was anti-racism, was anti-imperialism, was anti-war. There was a clear and popular sense that to fight for one cause was to fight for them all. In the same way that today's No Kings protest opposed gross abuses of government power and horrifying kidnappings by immigration officials and wealth accumulation by billionaires, even if they do so vaguely, so too did the pre-Red Scare progressive movement unite all those who couldn't accept injustice in all its forms. But the Red Scare wiped out that solidarity. Being associated with anyone on the left was just too risky. So the fight for democratic socialism and human rights was quickly watered down into a more palatable protest for holding on to liberalism as the government was gutted and incrementally extending civil rights to more groups. It took years, until the late 60s, for the spirit of intersectional struggle to come back. Even though he's now associated almost exclusively with the fight for civil rights, MLK is a good example of this. He said things like, quote, "We must see now that the evils of racism, economic exploitation, and militarism are all tied together. You can't really get rid of one without getting rid of the others." He believed that capitalism had, quote, outlived its usefulness, and most...
Hang on. Hey, I remember Queer Marxist hang on. Hey, I remember Queer Marxists discussing showing up in solidarity to other movements to build a movement for all. My throat just got messed up on my vape. I'm sorry. What is this called? Pop quiz for the chat. Queer Marxists discussing showing up in solidarity to... I'm definitely not choking on a weed vape. That's right. Queer Marxists discussing showing up in solidarity to other movements to build a movement for all. How might we refer to this? Not intersectionality. I'm looking for something very, very specific. Although intersectionality is correct, but that's not what I'm looking for. queer Marxists discussing showing up in solidarity to other movements. It's a very specific thing I'm looking for, guys. Really specific. It starts with the word, I already said it wasn't intersectionality. It starts with the word queers. Queers. It starts with the word queers. If you are not starting your answer with the word queers, it's wrong. Queers for Palestine. Queers for Palestine. That is what Queers for Palestine is. Queers for Palestine is saying the Palestinians are in a glorious uprising to overthrow their capitalist settler colonist oppressors, that is Israel. Queers are also in a glorious uprising to annihilate capitalism. The enemy of queer is capitalism. The enemy of Palestine is also capitalism. That is what Queers for Palestine means. It's not about chickens for KFC. It's not this stupid retard conservative owning the libs thing where they think they know everything. This is not a contradiction in terms. They believe the Palestinians are in an uprising to decolonize their land from the evil capitalist settler colonists, Israel. The goal of queer Marxism is to annihilate capitalism. They have the same enemy. They are showing up in solidarity with each other. Does everyone understand this? You do not understand the left if you do not understand why Queers for Palestine is not a contradiction at all. If you thought Queers for Palestine was chickens for KFC, then you should stop listening to whoever said that. This is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's exactly right.
Famously of all said, quote, "Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism, but there must be a better distribution of wealth within this country for all God's children." But between the 50s and the 60s,
communists don't care about Islam. The only people, the question is, does communism go against Islam? Communism doesn't give a flying fuck about Islam. They also don't give a flying fuck about Christianity. The only people who are obsessed with Islam are conservatives. That's it. Conservatives are obsessed with Islam, so they think that everything is pro-Islam. By the way, you've been brainwashed by Jews in Israel to believe that, but that's another topic for another day. Conservatives are obsessed with Islam, so they think everything the left does is about Islam. It's not true. Conservatives are also obsessed with Christianity, so they think everything the left does is about Christianity. Also not true.
Too much organizational power was lost, and these beliefs and their associated demands just became too ambitious. Within months of launching the Poor People's Campaign, a new movement that brought all these struggles together again, King was assassinated, and the rest of the Cold War years successfully buried his mission.
The problem of racism, the problem of economic exploitation, and the problem of war are all tied together. These are the triple evils that are interrelated. What I'm saying today is that we must go from this convention and say, America, you must be born again.
What I'm trying to say here is that Red Scares aren't just mass moral panics like you might typically think. They are concerted efforts to force progressives back to the center with fear. The message coming from the very top is moderate, accept that you have no power, and you might be spared. The good thing is that we're
he wants to
seeing people rejecting this deal.
He wants to radicalize the progressives. That's why he's saying they're trying to make the progressives non-communist. This is not a progressive. This is a communist that wants to radicalize the progressives.
Everywhere. The biggest city in the country just elected a socialist. Running to the center lost the Democrats the presidential election. Membership in left-wing orgs is reaching new highs. Protests have never had as many attendees. Everywhere you look, yes, you see intimidation and recycled tactics, but you also see courage and community and resistance. People are still organizing, still fighting for justice, still demanding equality, and getting results. Think of it this way. They wouldn't bother scaring people that they're not scared of themselves.
All right. Well, I think it's a good thing and a positive thing that communists believe that the new era of McCarthyism is upon them, and that means I'm doing something right. So we are going to move into our main event now, guys. If you just joined us for tonight, we are watching the queer communist Sad Francisco, who thinks he knows everything but actually knows nothing, talk to our favorite queer abolish the family Marxist, non-binary they them Sophie Lewis. If you have never seen Sophie, you are in for a treat tonight. I do want to remind people, though, now we're doing this a little bit later in the stream. We got to have a little bit of levity earlier in the stream. We're moving into the serious part of the stream now, okay, guys? Thanks so much for the super chat. Draft Karlyn for Senate. I'm never running for office. That's never going to happen. McCarthy reincarnated. Make McCarlinism great again. Also, less president and more apprentice would be nice. Fire someone. Yeah, so true. So true. Thanks so much for the super chat. I want to remind everyone, for people who are new, Socialism Saturday. Hang on, we got a question. This is a legit question. Do corporate Democrats have the same sort of relationship with anti-capitalists that Republicans have with the far right? Well, Republicans have no relationship with the far right, and Democrats have no relationship with anti-capitalists. So yes, I would say that that is absolutely true. Because Republicans have no fucking relationship with the far right. Anyone that thinks that doesn't understand Republicans or the far right. Democrats have no relationship with anti-capitalists. Anyone who thinks they do don't understand Democrats and don't understand communists. So, yeah, they do. But maybe not for the reason people think. Anyway, guys, Socialism Saturday is a class. This is a research group and a class. Yes, we have fun. Yes, we joke in the chat. But we do take this seriously. When we are watching the far left, we are doing it to analyze their ideas, analyze their perspectives, figure out what they're doing next, stuff like that. This is a little bit of an older interview. Well, it's not super old. July 22nd, 2025. So just a couple months before he met me, which I'm sure was really fun for him. Anyway. So we do it to figure out what's going on in their culture. What are they talking about in their subculture? What ideas are bubbling up? Who they're reading? Stuff like that. That is why we do this. So we do take it very seriously. If you're going to be here for Socialism Saturday, I do ask that you abide by a few rules. And I would like you to please pay attention to the informational video I'm about to show. But first, we're going to get this super chat from Grace. Thank you, Grace. Great stuff. I'm sharing on Facebook to all my MAGA friends. As an armchair economics nerd for decades, absorbing your work here is improving my arguments. That's awesome. Everyone should listen to their opponents. Exactly right. That's what we do on the channel. We listen to our opponents so we know what they're talking about, know what they're thinking, and hopefully know how to beat them. I really do appreciate the super chat, Grace. Guys, please pay attention to this short rules video if you are going to continue with us for the rest of Socialism Saturday. Where is it? Here it is. All right. For anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is.
If you take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
See, words of wisdom. Don't got something nice to say? Just shut the fuck up and listen. And listen, guys, I really do want to emphasize, we love questions. I love it when people ask questions, especially new people, because you are going to be learning a different language. Learning a different language is hard. Even if you think it's a dumb question, just ask the question. Just do it in good faith. Don't ask the question in a way where you're trying to debunk the left or own the libs. Just ask an honest question, and we will answer every single question that gets asked in the chat. Either I will answer it or someone in the chat will answer it. We do give priority to questions who come in the form of a super chat, obviously. But we will answer every question in the chat. But you guys have to tell us what you're confused about in order for us to help you, okay? Now, I just want to remind people, first off, W's in the chat for Mark with a gifted channel membership, bringing us up to 57. Guys, we still have a goal of 100 channel memberships to meet for the stream. If just how many? I'm going to have to do math again. Like 45? For their 45, like 43. Okay, there are 43 members left. So I need what? 9 people to send in 5 super chats. Look at that math. 9 people to send in 5 gifted channel memberships. And we hit the goal of 100, and then we'll be done. And I won't ask you guys for money anymore. That's the rule. You guys hit the goal, I stop asking you for money. It's really that simple. Welcome to the cult, Jimmy. See if you join as a member. That when you're not a member yet, that totally counts. There we go. So you guys let me know how much you want me to ask you for money on this stream by, waiting to give the super chat or the channel memberships or something like that. We could just bang it all out right now too. Either way, fine with me. Let's get this party started, guys. We are watching a queer... See, look at that. Look at that. Johan in with the membership. W's Johan. Starting us off strong there. We'll see how many more we get. Yo. Effectual insurrection. I think it's +5 meme I did earlier, Karlyn. I'm not sure what that means, effectual insurrection, but I do appreciate it. Yo, look at that. Look at that. We got 5 gifted channel memberships from April. W's for April in the chat. April's like, I don't want Karlyn to ask for money anymore. I don't want to have to deal with it. I'm just tired of hearing her ask for money. I know that I'm funding her work. I know that this doesn't get funded if we don't all contribute. Okay, guys, let's get this party started. We are watching World's Worst TERF and Girl Bosses with the queer, non-binary, abolish the family communist Sophie Lewis, and this sad little queer Marxist that's trying to get attention by making videos about me on the internet, lying, of course. Thank you for the super chat, anti-commie. The left can't meme. Well, they can now, actually. They can now. Socialism always fails, except it's going to overthrow the government, so I don't agree on either of those points. Karlyn clearly covers Antifa and a conservative grifter. The world is donut-shaped and ruled by lizards. Oh, undercover Antifa. Oh, you're saying a bunch of lies. Okay, I'm tracking. Thank you. Yes, I agree. Okay, I'm back. Thanks, MK Ultra, for the super sticker. Appreciate it. W's in the chat. Hang on. Yo, W's in the chat for Bergier, getting us up to 65 channel memberships. Appreciate it. You did 5 channel memberships earlier? Effectual Insurrection did 5 channel. I'll take your word for it, Effectual Insurrection. I'm sorry I missed that. Thank you so much. So that means we are up to 70. Awesome. All right. Let's get started.
It's no, this is a great question.
Hang on. Rewind.
What's next for a neighborhood under siege?
A neighborhood under siege.
Reporting live, Sadie Sinclair, Channel 7 News. This is San Francisco.
I got to hang out with Sophie Lewis while she was in town with her book, Enemy Feminisms. And the book covers how the history of empire, racism, and capitalism is tied to the histories of people who were some of the most celebrated feminists of their time, who we meet in chapters of this book. These are feminists who the New York Times likes to call complicated. I don't know if that's the right word for people like Alma Bridwell, who was a Pentecostal preacher who was very pro-KKK, try racist, try religious zealot. So Sophie's book calls out cases like Alma's, where feminism has been used to grow conservative causes, something that, of course, continues.
This is what Sophie's book is about. I explained this earlier, but in case people missed it, this is the book they're talking about. I have the actual physical book. It is signed to me by Sophie. This book is about the idea that there are plenty of different enemy feminisms, and that not all feminists are real feminists. Many feminists are fake feminists. In the world of Sophie and the queer Marxists and this asshole, basically the idea is, if you are not an anti-capitalist, you are not a feminist. You have to be a socialist or a communist in order to be a feminist. And those evil enemy feminists that do not also support socialism or communism, they actually advance conservative causes. And this is why they hate actual feminists. Does everyone understand?
Today, with people like J.K. Rowling funding the extermination of trans people, and as war profiteers here in the U.S. stoke conflict on the other side of the world because women need liberation in Iran, or when politicians like Gavin Newsom try to score points with the right wing by agreeing with them on issues around trans kids, or downplaying.
Hang on. You're going to get put in a timeout for the rest of the stream. I'm about to explain to you why you're getting put in a timeout for the rest of the stream. I asked you earlier to literally shut the fuck up and listen. I explained to you very clearly the reason I'm telling you to shut the fuck up and listen is because you don't listen. You don't know as much as you think you do. And I see you going on and on and on and on and on and on and on about this in the chat all the fucking time. So I've let it go a lot. I'm not letting it go anymore. I told you earlier, shut the fuck up and listen. You also just watched a video less than 10 minutes ago that explicitly told you no fucking debunking. What about no debunking is difficult to fucking understand? So now what's going to happen is you're going to get put a timeout for the rest of the stream. I don't want to fucking hear you whine about it. I don't want to hear you complain about it. If you come back, then stop being a fucking retarded, idiot in the chat. This is about learning about the real far left. We do not debunk them. I laid the rules out very, very clearly. If you don't shut the fuck up and listen, you are never going to learn.
Trans issues by calling them culture war issues. The book isn't all villains, though. We learn about how members of the lesbian organization in the Bay, the Daughters of Bilitis, rejected TERFs in the 1970s.
This guy doesn't know about this because this guy didn't bother to research about me before he made a video lying about me. I'm writing a whole fucking book about queer Marxism. The second chapter in my book is about the Daughters of Bilitis. I also went to the fucking LGBTQ museum in fucking San Francisco, in, where is it? The Castro, where they had a whole fucking exhibit about the Daughters of Bilitis. I also have an original fucking zine from the Daughters Abilitas that I got from Balerium Books in San Francisco, because I am researching them specifically, because the second chapter in my Queer Marxism book is about this, you queer fucking communist jackass who can't do basic research. We're going to clip that after the stream and send that to this particular they, them, so he can feel shame for how little research he bothered to do.
Perfect book for people like me who are aggravated the most when power co-opts the language or vibe of something good like gender liberation to sell and promote something evil like empire.
No
Before Sophie
shit.
comes on, thank you to
Wait, are you fucking shitting me? Hang on. Has no comments earlier.
liberation to sell and promote.
Does it have comments now? Holy shit. This fucking psychopath. You know, I'm starting to feel like Stacy is stalking me against my will. I'm starting to feel like Stacy's stalking me. Hey, thanks so much for the super sticker. I appreciate it. Guys, I'm starting to feel like Stacy is mentally ill and stalking every single thing I say and do, and then running around trying to disrupt my livelihood. Now, Stacy, did you really think I didn't download the video of this presentation before I announced I was watching it, you dumb bitch? Did you really think I announced on the internet what we were going to be watching tonight? And I didn't already have a backup copy of the presentation? Do you think I'm a fucking beginner, Stacy? What Stacy was trying to do was to warn this person to get them to remove the presentation to disrupt my work or whatever the fuck. That's what she was. I always download the presentation if I'm going to announce that I'm watching it. I'm not a fucking beginner. Effectual Insurrection says Stacy Long in the comments of San Francisco. I just got that super chat, Effectual Insurrection. Thanks so much. What did Stacy say? Hey, just FYI, Karlyn Borysenko is watching this presentation on YouTube tonight. Given her track record of targeting people in leftist organizing spaces and doxing folks, might be worth considering making that video private tonight if you want to deny her the platform. Stacy, I already downloaded the video, you dumb cunt. You think I'm lying? Think I didn't download the video already, Stacy? Here, let me show you. Let me show you. This is my video downloader where I download stuff off of YouTube and Rumble and other places too. Right here. World's Worst Turf and Girl Bosses with Sophie Lewis. Stacy, I'm not a fucking amateur, okay? I am a professional streamer of communists and socialists on the internet. Do you think I've never had communists and socialists try to take a video down to prevent me from watching it? Do you think that's never happened before, Stacy? W's in the chat for Wolf. 5 gifted channel memberships. Guys, you know what would really piss Stacy off is if we met this channel membership goal right now. Guys, I'm being serious. We need to, this is the challenge I'm going to give to everyone in the chat. I need 5 people right the fuck now to help me meet this channel membership goal. We need 25 channel memberships in the chat. I need 5 people to donate 5 channel memberships so we can literally hit the goal while we're shit talking Stacy, because I want Stacy to get the message that she will always make me more money when she does this stuff. W's in the chat for Malcolm, 5 gifted channel memberships. Who else is getting W's today? We got Kai in there with 1 gifted channel membership. W in the chat for Kai. We got a super chat. Copenhagen Mall, Stacy. Yup, indeed. Indeed, that's 6 so far, guys. We need 19 more. I'm just going to wait here patiently. We're not going to continue the stream until you guys give me what I want. Yo! 10 channel memberships from Greek Heat. W. Guys, we need 10 more. That's it. We just need 10 more memberships, and Stacy can eat my entire ass. Look, oh, we got a new member on the channel. Welcome, Mom, to the cult. We appreciate it. Thanks so much. Guys, we need like 8 more. That's it. 8 more. I know you guys can do it. I believe in you. Guys, we need to send the message to the communists that they will literally always make me more money. Always. Every single time. Yo, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Stacy, come on. We got 10 channel memberships from James with the W. We got 10 more channel memberships from Cynthia with the W. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got 10 more from Fonz. I don't know how to say your name, bro. W for that. We got another 5 from Kev. W. That's like 35. See, I knew you guys had it in you. 40, Dan. W for that. And just like that. And just like that, not only did we meet the channel membership goal, we blew it the fuck out of the water. What was that, like 45 or something like that? I don't even know. I'm having to do math. I'm going to say 137. Something like that. We just surpassed the goal. Thanks, Donnie, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Okay, what else did Stacy say? Karlyn Borysenko streaming this. Private this video. She's tried so hard.
To sell.
Stacy tried so hard and she got so far, but in the end, it didn't even matter. And I made more money because of Stacy. Yo, W, respectfully old. I appreciate the channel membership. You rule.
Promote something evil like Empire. Yeah. Before Sophie comes on, thank you to everyone.
I just spit down on a cough drop. I can't do channel memberships from my phone, but here's a super chat. No. That's awesome. I appreciate it, H. Brown. You rule. I'll dole out some channel memberships, Cynthia.
Everyone who is donating at patreon.com/SadFrancisco. Thank you to Devin and Hard French, the semi-annual queer party. It was a very nice surprise to be on the receiving end of part of the benefit that they had, a recent party at El Rio. This is helping to keep the podcast, as well as the videos on TikTok and Reels and Shorts coming out in a semi-timely fashion.
There we go, Cynthia.
Some of the characters that you unearthed in the course of writing.
Stacy, come join us. All the men in the chat will fix you, Stacy. I promise, Stacy. Thanks so much, Grim.
The book were people that people will not maybe have heard of, but were kind of huge celebrities when they were alive.
We got another 5 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat from Capitalist Maximus. Really appreciate it, bro. Look at all these awesome gifted channel memberships.
Live, and it kind of put this question in my mind of like, who controls the media at a certain time? They're the ones that are maybe dictating which feminists rise to the top, I suppose. As we're looking back over the media created in a certain era, like, do we need to treat the people that rise to the top in activist circles with suspicion?
Yes. Next question. I mean, it's no, this is a great question. No one's actually asked me exactly that question, even though I've done about.
Hey, thanks, average person, for the super chat. Did Sophie say anything about you having a signed copy of her book? No, she never did, but I tagged her in it, and I think we all made sure she knew about it. And I can imagine that, listen, I'm sure Sophie was thrilled with the fact that that some intrepid warrior went to her book signing event and got her to sign a copy of her book to me and then mailed it to me. I'm sure Sophie was thrilled that happened. I'm sure Sophie was just really happy about all the attention I've been giving her. And the fact that we went out of our way to get a signed copy of her book just because. Thanks so much, bro. I appreciate it.
Goddamn, 50 events.
I'm really glad. One. Okay.
No, it's great. No, I think this is the way I want to be read. I mean, I'm sort of, deeply skeptical of celebrity, and I have talked quite a bit over the course of my writing. I don't know, really want to call it career, like about the dangers of heroization. I'm quite serious about like no heroes, no celebrities, no. I'm skeptical about leadership in a certain way too. But I mean, the thing is that celebrity might not be something we can ever entirely sort of eradicate, even if we, I don't know, if we try. There does seem to be something about charisma that I think it would be quite difficult to imagine getting
I think it would actually be actually amazing because so guys, we're starting just as a general kind of like operating principle. Now that protesting and the coverage of it seems to have died down a little bit. I don't think the protests are going to go away, but the coverage seems to have died down a little bit. I'm going to start getting into back into like the normal course of business that I wanted to do this year, because quite frankly, the first month of like 2026 got completely hijacked. I had completely different plans for what I was going to work on. I was going to work on finishing my books. We're going to do Occupy Libraries. I wanted to do a video series and a training about how to go undercover at communist and socialist events. So all of this stuff that I had planned that I was going to be working on in the first month and a half of 2026 got thrown completely out the fucking window as soon as all the anti-ICE stuff kicked up. But now it kind of seems like things are kind of getting back to normal. We're able to do a normal Socialism Saturday. We're not doing protest coverage all the time. We'll still do protest coverage when there's protest coverage, but like there's a number of things I want to do. And one of the things I want to do is teach people how to go undercover with the left. I want people to be going undercover with these groups, going to their meetings, going to their events. I can't always do it, guys. I'm starting to get recognized, okay? And so there are already people in the community who are doing this. I want to teach more people how to do it. It is not difficult to do, either going in person or going into their events online. It is not difficult to do. It just takes like a certain amount of effort and focus and things like that. And you have to know how to do certain things and speak their language and what to look for and stuff like that. So one of the things, oh my God, how is it possible that we have retards in my chat on Twitter? How is it possible that I'm literally talking about teaching people how to go undercover with the far left, and the retarded losers on Twitter are like, "You're a communist!" Every fucking day. Every day. Every day. With the retardation from conservatives and right-wingers. Anyway, so I am going to be starting up the video series again, and I am going to be scheduling a class for how to go undercover with the left and things like that, because basically I want to build out an entire army of people doing this, and I want to have people all over the country where if I hear about an event in a city, I want to be able to contact them to say, can you go to this event and do X, Y, B, and Z? Again, I've done a lot of this stuff. I love doing this stuff. If I could spend all my time undercover with the left, I would. I think it's so fucking fascinating. However, I'm starting to get recognized, and although I'm taking great pains to try to change my appearance again, I need to build out an army of people to do this. And one of the things I really do think would be funny is I do want people, if you're going to do this, to sign up with a fake, to basically create a fake identity. And wouldn't it be funny if everyone just used the initials KB or something like that? Maybe like just to start out, you have to create multiple fake identities. So like you can create more than one, but like, wouldn't it be funny if we had like a dozen people or so that were signing up for events all over the country just using the initials KB? Because then they would start to be fucking paranoid that I'm everywhere at all times. And they would have to figure it out and catch on to it. And then once they catch on to it, everyone's going to have to create a new fake identity. But wouldn't that be fucking funny?
Like seeking to eliminate, like we want to like compel one another, and people who are compelling accrue attention, and
Totally.
but I do think there is a role for politicizing a little bit more than we currently do, I think, on the left, and discussing a bit more than we currently tend to do on the left. There's sort of problems that come about when people become like a little bit beyond criticism. Let's be real. Like, someone like Silvia Federici has given, small c communist feminism so much. But then there is a sort of awe and reverence that is in excess of what is actually comradely, right? Like there is something that is deeply sort of unhelpful and counterproductive about placing someone in a position of reverence such that you don't actually let them know when they are talking nonsense, right? Which all of us are susceptible to.
The reason that Sophie doesn't like placing people in positions of reverence is because a reverence creates a hierarchy. Remember, these are anarcho-communists. They do not believe in hierarchy. There is no leader on the far left. They don't have a hierarchy in terms of like someone says what to do and then other people do it. So Sophie right now is actively pushing back on the idea of hierarchy in general. I'll teach you guys how to find them. Don't worry about it.
Anyway, that's a kind of digression about how we might...
Hang on, we got a super chat from Effectual Insurrection. Videotaping retards as an American pastime. Use pseudonyms that use the initials KB Classic. Ben Franklin has 52 pseudonyms. Well, we'll work on that, Effectual Insurrection. Appreciate it.
Be wary now. I do think our media ecology today is quite different in certain positive, not just negative ways, compared to like the 19th century's media ecology in the West, where, I don't know if someone like, a prison abolitionist, a police abolitionist, a sort of revolutionary leader would have quite the same access to mass distribution.
Stacy deleted her comments. Oh shit, they're gone now. Oh shit, I should have taken a screenshot. Oh well.
Right? Today, for all the immense structural sort of evil and faults of media, there is a kind of, degree of pseudo democratization that means that, like, I don't know, your podcast is available anywhere that people have an internet connection, for example, right? And like books sometimes do get published by people who want to destroy this world. Very occasionally, even big presses distribute, whereas, and this brings, me to what you're really saying, like about the book that I wrote about, which starts basically 200 years ago in Western Anglophone feminism. I don't think that it is true that the sort of anti-fascist undercommons of feminism has the same archival traces, and I'm just not finding them, right? Like, I think someone like, and you mentioned the figures, you called them characters, I guess, like, that I talk, yeah, there is a little bit of storytelling in this book, I suppose. Like someone like Mae French Sheldon, the right. Self-described white queen, or someone like Frances Willard, the president of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. These were people with a giant following. They had, thousands of women crushing on them. They were sort of pinups of bourgeois feminism. But I sort of don't think that it was possible for, an anarchist feminist, a communist feminist, a revolutionary feminist to get the same sort of media platform, right?
Yeah.
And so I want to sort of temper the answer a little bit. Like, I'm not sure that everyone in our movements who gains notoriety is automatically suspect politically. We just have to be very skillful at holding one another kind of candidly and honestly in relation to these forces of like co-option and the defanging that kind of happens when you become closer to mainstream discourse, right?
Yeah, the no gods, no masters, yeah. Adage, it always comes back to that. I mean, yeah, for sure, with writing about Miss Major, like niche celebrity, and like doesn't necessarily like want all of the attention all of the time, but has always understood her place as sort of a role model.
Reagan, look what I found. Reagan, it's our new best friend, that queer communist liar from San Francisco. And he interviewed Sophie. Reagan just showed up. She had other priorities. Of all days to be late, Reagan. I know we got the screenshots on stream. I'm not worried about it.
Presenting identities that don't have a lot of role models known outside of their immediate circles. We have so many enemy feminisms to choose from. Which of the figures that you inspected in your book is at the top of your list of who you love to hate at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I do have an answer for that. That for some reason, I get stuck with Robin Morgan specifically. I think she's so luridly villainous.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe I mean, maybe it's also so. Robin Morgan, in case listeners don't know, is the
Well, we actually have talked for years about how Sophie fakes having a British accent. She lives in Philadelphia now, by the way.
You know, she was a real celebrity, radical women's liberationist. She was the editor of the Sisterhood is Powerful anthology, and then all the subsequent anthologies in that kind of series that started with Sisterhood is Powerful, and just, you know, awful individual with, I mean, probably screaming out for psychoanalytic diagnoses of various kinds. For example, the fact that she decided to stir up an attempted lynch mob against Beth Elliott at the West Coast Lesbian Conference of 1973.
Hang on. Do not do this. Do not do this fucking ever. She's making up new screen names every single fucking day. We don't know whoever you just Googled if they have any relation to the person doing this. Okay? Do not do this. We do not dox people unless we have confirmation that they're actually the right people. Hang on, we got a super chat that I missed. Apologize. Thanks, Wolf. Screenshot sent to the members Discord. Thanks so much, bro. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's this Stacy, bro. You literally just tried to fuck with a member of my community. This is why we don't dox people without having irrefutable evidence, guys. Do not ever do that on my behalf. Do not ever do that in my chats. Do not ever do that in my comments. Do not ever do that in my replies. You literally just tried to dox a supporter of mine.
On the basis of Beth Elliott being transsexual, you know, had something to do with Robin Morgan being married to a man herself and feeling deeply unsure that her own role as a keynote at a lesbian conference was, you know, kosher, and turning it against a trans feminine host of the conference. You know, there's obviously lots going on there that you could speculate about if you were inclined to psychoanalytic explanations. I think in my book, I'm generally trying to eschew psychologizing for the most part. But there's something about Robin Morgan that, and probably because she is someone who comes from the Red Decade and the revolutionary left to some extent, I find it more relevant to feel things about her. Whereas someone like, I don't know, Ayaan Hirsi Ali is, I mean, you know, a fascist Islamophobe who...
Ayaan Hirsi Ali is a fascist Islamophobe. Again, Sophie?
Very left to some extent. I find it more relevant to feel things about her, whereas someone like, I don't know, Ayaan Hirsi Ali is, I mean, you know, a fascist Islamophobe who calls herself a liberal feminist, and has called quite explicitly and clarified that was indeed what she's saying for the annihilation of the world's Muslims, you know? Like, I don't know, it's difficult. The affective shape of that is, I don't know, it's more banal for me, you know? Whereas someone like Robin Morgan, I see her growing out of a movement ecology that I care about quite deeply and representing a really quite fascistic counter-revolution internal to it. And, you know, Robin Morgan was the person who coached Jane Alpert when Jane Alpert was in hiding. So this is in the context of all these like Weather Underground type groups who were doing sort of armed hijackings or, you know, bombings. And Jane Alpert's sort of case was quite high profile because Jane Alpert was the daughter of someone extremely famous. I haven't actually revisited this chapter in a second, but I'm ad-libbing here for you, Toshio. But, you know, Robin Morgan was the person who coached Alpert to denounce her partner, Sam Melville, I believe he was called, And not only that, but denounce all of the slain in the Attica uprising on the basis that these male prisoners were male supremacists who commanded no loyalty from her, right? And that's something that actually makes my blood boil quite a bit. This kind of turning of radical feminism against anti-capitalism, right? This moment where a bunch of veteran.
Again, Sophie believes that you are not a real feminist unless you are also an anti-capitalist. Bro, we don't debunk. It doesn't matter. Nothing you say in the chat is going to change what they believe. We do not debunk here. We listen.
On the basis that these male prisoners were male supremacists who commanded no loyalty from her, right? And that's something that actually makes my blood boil quite a bit. This kind of turning of radical feminism against anti-capitalism, right? This moment where a bunch of veteran.
I believe Sophie has a PhD from like Oxford or something.
Women's liberationists sort of remade what they insist on calling radical feminism to this day, whereas it's actually a very reactionary cultural feminism in a sort of image of, you know, opposition to left politics, opposition to left and right, nominally, but sort of saying that actually women are sort of beyond left and right, like literally quite a third way sort of fascistic, definitionally sort of classically fascistic sort of move, and then managed to sort of, you know, for several decades subsequently tell stories about the so-called second wave. I don't really like the wave format. I think it makes us stupid, but you know, I don't know.
Sophie doesn't like thinking about feminisms in wave because she doesn't think that second wave feminism actually happened.
Seriously, like epistemically, I think it's wrong and bad. But you know, the to sort of paraphrase what the narrative becomes, it's like, you know, Robin Morgan, was basically the only flavor that was ever around.
Yeah. This is like a lot of this is happening in the Bay Area.
Exactly. Yeah.
Early TERF culture, a lot of it unfortunately came out of arguments, fights amongst friends that lived here in the Bay Area, like the lesbian separatist co-ops that were forming in Northern California at the time. Beth Elliott.
Yeah, this is true. Sophie's mother is Jewish. Sophie's one of my favorite Sophie moments of all time. When Sophie first started talking about this topic, you're going to love this. For people who are new to Sophie, Sophie is this fucking close to red pilling on the Holocaust. She's this close. she's right up at the line. We watched Sophie do a presentation probably maybe a year ago. Maybe it was like, I don't know. It was at least 6 to 9 months ago. It was a long ass time ago. In that presentation, and I have a clip of it on Twitter, Sophie says Hitler thought the Jews were the bankers, and he also said the Jews were the communists. How could they be both? And I was like, Sophie, they were both, though. They were both. Like, she's like right there. She was like, they said the Jews were the communists. They also said the Jews were the bankers. And she was all confused by this. And we're like, Sophie, they play both sides, Sophie. They play both sides all the time. Perpetually. She's so fucking close. Lightning bolts in the chat for Sophie. She'll get there. I believe in her. Thanks for the super chat. Has their movement succeeded in overthrowing any capitalist governments? Yeah. Yeah, actually. What the fuck do you think is going on in Iran, bro? What the fuck do you think the Palestinian thing is? What the fuck do you think happened? Where did they overthrow the government and burn down all the buildings in a single day? Was this in Indonesia or something? What the fuck do you think happened in Venezuela? What the fuck do you think happened in Cuba? What the fuck do you think happened in Russia? Yes. Multiple times. Yes. Sri Lanka. Yeah, Sri Lanka. They literally burned down all the government buildings and they dragged the government officials out and made them walk through the river naked. Nepal. No, it was Nepal. It was Nepal. You're right. Nepal. Yeah, all of that's communist uprising. All of it.
Daughters of Bilitis, organization based in the Bay, was
basically the first, lesbian civil rights organization in this country.
Yup.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love this quote that you included from her.
The Daughters of, they say Bilitis. I learned it as Bilitis. Whatever, Bilitis. The Daughters of Bilitis, they fundamentally rejected queer Marxism at first. Like, the Daughters of Bilitis were like, there was this group of like prissy lesbians who just wanted to be able to be lesbians and hang out with other lesbians. And they basically started forming these groups where lesbians would get together and talk about things in San Francisco. And then what happened is they started spreading all over the country, and all of these other groups started popping up. They wrote a newsletter called The Ladder. I actually have an original copy of one issue of The Ladder. I got it when I went to San Francisco from Balerian Books. I thought it would be a good little artifact to have. I've seen other copies of them as well. The Ladder was a newsletter that went out to all the lesbians all over the country. But what happened is, after the Daughters of Bilitis started expanding beyond just San Francisco, they started kind of losing control of the message. And what happened is more radical queer, like early queer Marxists, they were called gay liberationists back then, more radical gay liberationists started joining this lesbian group. Now, in order to understand queer Marxism, you have to understand that normie gay activists, normie gay rights activists are not the same as queer communists, okay? Queer communists, gay liberationists, queer Marxists, they all mean the same thing. These are far left anarcho-communists. Normie gay rights activists who literally just wanted to be able to be gay and to get married and to have kids, they are completely different than far left queer Marxists. So the reformers, the gay rights activists, they literally just wanted to be able to legalize gay marriage and not get fired from their jobs for being gay. That was what they want. They wanted to be able to go out and meet other gay people and not get fired from their jobs and be able to get married and have families and all this stuff. These are the reformers, okay? The revolutionaries have no desire to get married. People like Sophie completely oppose gay marriage. The gay liberationists wanted to overthrow capitalism. They did not want to assimilate to capitalist norms like the reformers. They wanted to overthrow it. And this is the constant tension that has existed with queer Marxist radical activists versus normie gay rights activists ever since the 1950s. And the Daughters of Bilitis, the first lesbian rights group in America, started by a bunch of normie gay rights activists who just wanted to be lesbians and go out and meet other lesbians and hang out with lesbians. I don't know why they wanted to hang out with lesbians other than to get laid, because lesbians are really annoying. But whatever. It's their life. They can hang out with lesbians if they want to, right? It started as a normie gay rights group. Over time, as it grew and it went national, it started being joined by gay liberationists, queer communists who tried to change the fundamental nature of the group to make it an anti-capitalist group, not a gay rights group. It is really critical for people to understand this time period. You've got to know the difference between those. Queer does not mean gay. Queer does not mean trans. Queer is a far left political ideology designed to destabilize the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, okay? So I know that's a little bit of a wonky point just based on him talking about the Daughters of... I learned it as Bilitis. I'm going to keep saying it as Bilitis. I'm sure it's Bilitis, whatever. It's a different accent. But, like, that's an example of a normie gay rights group that over time, as it expanded, got co-opted by radical anti-capitalist leftists. And that's happened over and over and over and over and over again. The reason you see so much non-binary bullshit today with all the they, thems, the abolishing gender, drag queen story hour, all of that stuff is because abolishing gender is one of the norms they want to abolish in order to overthrow capitalism. It is because after gay marriage was legalized, all of the normie gay rights activists left the movement and they said, okay, we won. It's over. And they all went off to get married. Who filled the gap after the normie gay rights activists left the movement? the radical anti-capitalist queer Marxists. And that's when everything started to get more and more extreme and amp up all over the place. The Daughters of Bilitis was an early example of that happening.
Where she says, I personally distrust those who hate men more than they love or do anything positive for women. You know, what's happening with J.K. Rowling.
Okay. We don't do this shit here. I'm sorry. They're all stupid. We don't do this shit here. No more. Either take this seriously or get the fuck out. But I apologize for missing your super chat. If aliens came down and wanted to overthrow the government, would you be on the alien side or the government's? I'd probably take the alien side at that point, honestly, because if aliens come down to try to overthrow the government, it's just like, I don't think that our government is going to be able to compete with aliens. And so I would pledge allegiance to the aliens because it's just over at that point. It's just over. Just let them have it. They won. We lost. Whatever.
And sort of TERFs more generally, like throwing their all behind coming after, really punching down at trans women and trans people. I feel like that quote, which she said, I believe it was like late 70s, she was delivering that.
That's actually in her piece in the post-mortem in Lesbian Tide in 1973.
Oh, okay. So that's more recent.
No, 1973.
Oh, gotcha. Even earlier than that.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's in her piece on infidels and inquisitions in the issue of Lesbian Tide devoted to the complete fucking mess that was that summer West Coast Lesbian Conference because of Robin Morgan and the transphobic contingency of Daughters of Bilitis members and groups like the Gutter Dykes, which is tragic because
that's exactly what Sophie's talking about. The transphobic contingency of the Daughters of Bilitis. This is what I'm talking about. When Sophie is saying the transphobic contingency of the Daughters of Bilitis, she's talking about the original leadership of the group that just wanted to hang out with other lesbians and just wanted to talk about lesbian things with other lesbians. That was the original formation of the group. And then as the group expanded, it started like they were in San Francisco, right? And so trans people started trying to join their lesbian group and claiming they were lesbians. And the leadership of the group was like, no, we're just lesbians. And so when Sophie's saying the transphobic contingent of the Daughters of Bilitis, she's talking about this dynamic that I just explained, which is the normie gay rights people who just want to be gay and be left alone versus the radical queer activists. Does everyone get this? Listen again. We'll go back a little bit more.
The early TERF culture, a lot of it unfortunately came out of arguments, fights amongst friends that lived here in the Bay Area, like the lesbian separatist co-ops that were forming in Northern California. At the time, Beth Elliott, who was in Daughters of Bilitis, organization based in the Bay, was
basically the first, lesbian civil rights organization in this country.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love this quote that you included from her, where she says, I personally distrust those who hate men more than they love or do anything positive for women. What's happening with J.K. Rowling and sort of TERFs more generally, like throwing their all behind coming after, really punching down at trans women and trans people. I feel like that quote, which she said, I believe it was like late 70s, she was delivering that.
That's actually in her piece in the post-mortem in Lesbian Tide in 1973.
Oh, okay. So that's more recent.
No, 1973.
Oh, gotcha. Even earlier than that.
That's right. Yeah. No, that's in her piece on infidels and inquisitions in the issue of Lesbian Tide devoted to the complete fucking mess that was that summer West Coast Lesbian Conference because of Robin Morgan and the transphobic contingency of Daughters of Bilitis members And groups like the Gutter Dykes, which is tragic because Gutter Dykes is such a cool. And
the irony of this whole thing is this queer Marxist fucking faggot, Sad Francisco. When they kicked me out of the conference that this they them was speaking at, I was about to ask really pertinent questions about queer Marxism and their activism. I was about to ask about the bashback movement. I was about to ask how the ACT UP movement influenced things. I was about to ask really, really pertinent questions related to their history and their understanding of their own history that this retard actually would have loved to answer. If this guy actually cared about the truth, he and I probably could actually have the great irony of this asshole lying about me on the internet is that if he had actually had the temerity to research what I was talking about more than a 30-second Google search where he didn't even find the correct things, if he had actually gone to my website, and if he had actually watched any of my presentations talking about queer Marxism, perhaps he and I could have had a conversation that was actually just much more. If he hadn't sent his black fucking friend to stalk me through the streets of San Francisco, because let's remember, when they asked me to leave their event, I got up and left because I had everything I wanted, so it didn't really matter anymore. And then they said this guy sent his black fucking friend to stalk me several blocks, filming me through the streets of San Francisco, because apparently to communists, sending black men to stalk women on their own in a major city and film them going down several blocks and following them into stores where they're not causing any problems, but this black asshole stalks you into a store and sticks a fucking camera in your face. This guy totally supports that. You want to talk about feminism? Bro, I don't support black men stalking women through streets in major American cities, but you do. Anyway, if this non-binary they them queer Marxist wasn't such a fucking twat waffle, then perhaps they them and I could have actually had a conversation about this history, because I probably understand the history of their little movement better than he does. Just saying. Disgusting behavior to have a black man stalk me and film me for several blocks, by the way. Absolutely disgusting behavior.
And the issue that they devoted to the experience, where 2,000 people were basically forced to relitigate the issue of trans inclusion. And I stress relitigate because this is 1973, and contemporary 21st century TERFs will try and tell you that trans inclusion is an issue that has only sort of pestered the sisterhood of feminism in very recent years. It's not true. In 1973, as you can learn from the issue of Lesbian Tide, in which Beth Elliott's reflections are also included, where she says this thing about women who hate men more than...
Hang on, again. What you need to understand is, and I tried to explain this, but I don't think you got it. The normie gay rights movement in the 90s is completely different than the gay liberation, queer Marxist, anti-capitalist movement. These are two different things. The people we're watching are not the normie gay rights activists that you supported in the 90s. They are the queer Marxist, anti-capitalists that were at war with the movement you supported. These people did not support the gay rights movement. These people did not support gay marriage. These people did not support the human rights campaign. They didn't support equalization. They don't believe in that. So the thing that you supported is not the same thing that they support. These are two different things. You cannot look at it as the same thing. And no. You don't tell me I'm wrong in my fucking class. Who the fuck are you? Have you ever chatted into this channel before? You want to tell me I'm wrong? Hang on a second. What's your channel activity? So you've already gotten banned once. Bro, I don't think you're smart enough to be here. I'm very sorry. I just looked at your channel history. I'm going to have to go ahead and that's going to have to go ahead and be a deportation. Not smart enough to be here. Bye.
And they do anything for women, is actually an impatience. You can see that people are frustrated and voicing this because it is so old and tired as an issue already in 1973. There are people in that issue saying, wow, I can't believe we're being dragged back to answering this question about whether or not Beth, our sister, is a woman, or whether transsexual women generally are part of the sisterhood, because I thought we resolved this years ago. I really kind of will go on telling people that, because
whether transsexual women are part of the sisterhood. Okay, pop quiz for the chat. Why does Sophie believe trans women are real women? This is a little bit of a trick question. Actually, this is kind of a trick question. This is a little bit of a trick question. I should say that differently. Sophie does not believe that trans women are women. Sophie believes that there is no such category as women and there is no such category as men, because Sophie is a non-binary queer Marxist. Yeah, women is a social construct created by capitalism. I'm just going to explain it because I kind of gave you guys a trick question, but you guys kind of understand. Sophie believes that gender, men and women, is a social construct created by capitalism. She believes they're not biologically real. The category of women is the oppressed category. The category of men is the dominant bourgeois category. This is called the patriarchy. Men are on top, women are on bottom. Men are the bourgeois, women are the oppressed, the proletariat. Men are the oppressors, women are the oppressed. The reason that Sophie believes trans women are women is because trans women are also part of the oppressed group. They are part of the anti-capitalist group, whereas men are capitalist bourgeois oppressors. That is what the patriarchy is. So that's why Sophie believes they're all in the same group, because again, Sophie believes that if you are not an anti-capitalist, if you are not part of the oppressed proletariat, you're not a real feminist.
The narrative, so-called gender critical, which is a stupid name because it's not critical at all. But the sex-based rights activists, the TERFs who try and tell you what.
Hey, listen. When I take the time, you've done this now for a second time, so this is your second warning. When I take the time to meticulously explain something, and you don't listen, and you put something in the chat that is completely completely antithetical to what I just explained, it makes me believe you're not smart enough to be here. What I meticulously explained, and I'm going to do it again because you didn't fucking listen the first fucking time I did it, is that the left believes that men and women are social constructs. No. In fact, Joshua, you paying attention? This video is an instruction manual for you right now.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
No, I explained earlier in the stream, this is a fucking class. You don't fucking joke. If I'm giving you a correction, you fucking take it, and you don't whine and complain. They do not believe men are bad. They want to abolish the category of men and abolish the category of women. They want to get rid of all men. They want to get rid of all women. So saying, man bad, that's not what's actually being said, bro. That's not what's being said at all. If you have questions about what's being said because you're too fucking stupid to understand it the first 3 times I explained it, you need to ask questions. But you coming into the chat and directly contradicting something I literally just took the time to explain is not fucking acceptable. Do they believe gender is a social construct? I literally just explained this. They believe gender is a social construct. They do not believe it's biological. They believe all categories are bad. All categories are created by capitalism. All categories create hierarchy. All hierarchy creates oppression. They believe that all categories are bad. They want to abolish all identity categories. Does everyone understand? Listen, I know this is a lot for new people. I know, but if you're confused, the answer is not to do a joke in my chat because then I'm going to get pissed off. If you are confused about what I'm saying, you have to rein in your fucking feelings and then ask a question, okay? Karlyn, what do you mean by this? Karlyn, I don't understand this. I know that this is hard because a lot of you are very, very new to queer Marxism. It's a lot to wrap your head around. especially given the narrative bullshit that goes on online. But if you're confused, I need you to ask a question because I truly don't know what part to explain if you don't ask a question, okay?
Women's liberation, what the so-called second wave was about, are just lying, really. And you can tell just by going and reading these documents of the lesbian activists of 1973. Anyway.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, these arguments have been happening much longer. And I didn't know that, though, before reading this book, that it had been sort of in the discourse and that people had been such assholes outwardly about it for so long.
But then also good comrades as well, right? I think I don't want to over romanticize it, and I don't want to completely like flip the script because that would be dishonest as well. But I do think there's plenty of hope and cheer and consolation of a non sort of trivial variety.
Guys, anytime Mizakan says something, you need to listen to him because he knows what he's talking about and he's always right. Because he reads all their books, he knows exactly what they say. Gender is decoupled and independent from biological sex. The categories of gender are based on like reproductive ability, essentially. If you have children, you are part of the socially created category of women and therefore oppressed in the home doing the unpaid labor of having and raising the children. If you can't do that because you don't have a uterus, you are put in the socially constructed category of men, where you go into the workplace and you have all the power and you earn all the money. That is the patriarchy. That is how the patriarchy is created. Gender is decoupled from biology. Okay. If it wasn't separate and decoupled, then what? Okay, listen. The left speaks a different language. They use a different language than you do. They use the same words you do. They do not use the same definitions that you do. So every time someone asks, well, why don't they use the words I want them to use? It's because they're speaking a different language. They don't want to use the words you want them to use. I literally hear this probably 3 or 4 times a day. Karlyn, if everything means capitalism, then why aren't they just saying capitalism? They literally do. They do. You don't understand their language. If it wasn't separate and decoupled, then why would they use different words? They're using the words they want to use, not the words you want them to use. You have to understand their definitions of the words, not what you think they mean. No, they don't. That's a liberal Democrat thing, bro. That was conservative bullshit. That was conservatives trying to convince you that all communists are Democrats and all Democrats are communists. No, that was Democrats. That was not communists.
To get as trans feminists today from reading these documents, because you know, the West Coast Lesbian Conference weekend in Los Angeles that summer was actually, you know, in the end overwhelmingly a show of solidarity and support. And I'm talking physical, right? Because there was a bunch of, you know, sort of pseudo paramilitary dykes with knuckle dust.
Sophie has written a lot of books. The book she's talking about right now is called Enemy Feminisms. She's also written 2 books about abolishing the family. Sophie is currently working on a book about child liberation, by the way. That means children are but little adults who can make all their own decisions. That one's going to be, I'm really looking forward to the Sophie Child Liberation book tour, in which she's talking about eliminating parental rights to emancipate children from the being owned by their parents. It's going to be awesome. Going to be awesome. Your mini lectures that are so valuable. I appreciate that, Malcolm. Thank you. Bro, yo, why do you think I smoke so much weed? The struggle is real. Thanks so much for the super chat. I think I get you now. Basically, queer to them is a refusal of fixed identities, a war on identity itself. Yes. Queer is a far left political ideology. It's always anti-capitalist. They believe capitalism created all identity groups. They are actively trying to undo identity as a way to overthrow capitalism. That's exactly right. Is that like how students are walking out of class lately? Well, they're walking out of class because of anti-ICE activism pushed by their teachers who are all communists.
Trying to literally, lynch this woman, and there were people bravely protecting her. And then another trans woman stood up and got involved in defending her and had to out herself in order to
Hang on. I missed a question. I apologize for missing it. Still new to this. When a liberal, I know not commie, supports LGBTQ, are they just latching on to the social causes? Here's what I need you to do. I actually answered this specifically on my website. So I need you to go to my website. That's decodetheleft.com/map. You'll find it here. And in this, when I lay out the 5 categories of leftists, we have Democrats, liberals, progressives, democratic socialists, revolutionary socialists. I want you to notice there's an LGBT pride flag next to Democrat. There's a progress flag next to liberal. There's there's one single queer Marxist triangle in front of progressive, 2 in front of socialist, 3 in front of revolutionary socialist. The point I'm trying to make is that queer Marxism, what we are watching right now, only starts to really exist once you get to the progressive tier. And even then, it's like very, very light. Because what we're watching right now is a revolutionary communist ideology. And anything that is trying to kind of trickle down from tier 5, it gets lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter. So there's also a chart, and we haven't really talked about this chart much because I just haven't, but there's also this chart mapping the modern left with the queer ideology thread, where I go through and I explain, here's what Democrats are doing with queer, here's what liberals are doing with queer, what progressives are doing with queer, what democratic socialists are doing, and what queer communists are doing. So I'm not trying to obfuscate your question. I've just already answered it right there. But that was a good question. I appreciate it.
That, and the narrative often becomes that there was like a solitary single trans woman in this, in this landscape of feminism. And that's not true either. But the arguments have been happening for much longer than you would think. But also, history is not a sort of progress narrative. It's not simply like marching inexorably towards trans inclusion. Things were actually better in some ways when it came to trans inclusion on the radical feminist left in like 1971 than they are in some milieus today in 2025.
I mean, that's why, this history is like really useful to look at when you're feeling down, just to see, like that things could be different, as much as it seems like it's the dark ages that we're talking about. 1970s, there were some ways that they were maybe more advanced. One of the chapters that's kind of like the most horrifying is this really vile figure that we get introduced to, Mae French Sheldon, who you mentioned a little earlier, who arrived in what was the Congo, quote unquote, free state when...
Is Sophie queer? Yes. Sophie is a non-binary, queer, polyamorous, they, them. I'm not making that up. That's actually how she identifies.
And, quote, colonial powers began to feel embarrassed enough to think about withdrawing, and May arrived to serve as a sort of Holocaust apologist for King Leopold of Belgium.
Holocaust! Lightning bolts in the chat, please. Holocaust mentioned.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could kind of brief people on how she served as a cover for this fucked up era called the Rubber Terror. And I mean, I think a lot of this will have been like sort of like lost history for people. Yeah, I really encourage people to pick up the book, because you'll learn about all of these kind of stories that in many cases, it's probably for the best that they didn't end up in our high school textbooks. But there's also a reason why they didn't. It's because there's, the critiques of them would also become like critiques of the state, the critiques of the state that's producing these textbooks. Can you tell people a little bit about Sheldon?
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, let me just like very quickly speak to what you just said.
Hang on. Thanks for the super chat. See the movie Lesbian Ditch Day? I don't think I will. I don't think I will, but I will keep the money. Thanks so much.
in your more general reflection at the end there, like, I think, I mean, we've jumped into nitty gritty straight away in this conversation, but you're sort of gesturing at sort of the wider project, which, a lot of people elsewhere on the political spectrum, perhaps, then.
Do I have a document that outlines the difference between them and the WEF? Nope. Well, all I need you to know is they're completely different groups. I study the radical revolutionary far left. The WEF are techno-fascists. They're completely different. The far left hates the WEF. The WEF hates the far left. That is the extent of the delineations I'm going to give you guys, because they are not the same group. They don't work together. They don't have the same goal. It's the Red Sox and the Yankees playing each other. They're playing the same sport. They might both want globalism on some levels. They're not on the same team.
Than this podcast's general community, but are quite unsure that it makes sense to single out people involved in imperial, genocidal, fascistic, even card-carrying fascistic clans, types of historical projects and processes that are specifically feminist, right? A lot of people are like, okay, so you're pointing out that bona fide, like, echt feminists were involved in many sort of bad things in history and were involved in world making alongside non-feminists and alongside men. Why are you doing that? What's why are you picking on them?
Yeah.
And I think, and you just mentioned, we don't get figures like Mae French Sheldon or Alma White, who's the first ordained female bishop in the US, who was a Klan theologian and a radical, quite fire-breathing feminist in some ways, or Mary Sophia Allen.
No, they're not, because they support capitalism. So no, they're not. Guys, I understand that you desperately want the WEF and the socialists to be the same thing. They're not the same thing in any way. You need to let go of that dream. You need to let go of that narrative. It's not real.
Inventor of women's policing, who was a personal friend of Hitler's and Mussolini's.
Hitler!
And and Mae French Sheldon, this apologist for the rubber terror in our sort of school textbooks. But in a way, I want to kind of push back a tiny bit and say, like, actually, we get a canonical version of women's rights history that is
no. Okay. Conservative retards, I need you to listen to what I am saying very, very carefully, because I know that there are many of you in your feelings right now being told that the WEF and the socialists are not the same fucking thing. They are not tentacles of the same octopus. They are not conspirators. They don't work together. They don't like each other. I don't know. The fucking socialists hate the WEF. They believe the WEF are fucking capitalist bourgeois oppressors. They are not the same thing. No, it's not all fucking Jewish. No connection at all in any way. Zero. No connection. Am I clear enough? I don't know how much more blunt I can get. There is zero fucking connection between the WEF and the radical revolutionary far left. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just a few rungs below these figures, right?
It's all good.
So I'm talking about quite eye-popping examples, especially in this conversation. I also have other chapters that are just about the girl boss, who is like constant, who is ubiquitous, even though she died instantly upon being born, because the critique of the girl boss is so easy that even
the girl boss represents capitalism. Everyone gets that, right? Sophie doesn't like girl bosses because girl bosses assimilated to capitalist culture, taking leadership in capitalist institutions. The girl boss basically ended up on top of the hierarchy. The girl boss is the fucking patriarchy. Everyone understand? Again, Sophie, on girl bosses.
Canonical version of women's rights history that is just a few rungs below these figures, right? So I'm talking about quite eye-popping examples, especially in this conversation. I also have other chapters that are just about the girl boss, who is like constant, who is ubiquitous, even though she died instantly upon being born, because the critique of the girl boss is so easy that even Michelle Obama can grasp it, right? But at the same time, we're still in the era of the girl boss. She is everywhere. And I also have forms of feminist enemy that are perhaps like less luridly like involved, like
hang on. NFL Guru, who is still new to this, is saying, I'm getting and digesting all of this. It doesn't mean it doesn't make my fucking head spin. Bro, it's going to make your head spin for a little while, and it's going to get way worse than even the stuff I'm showing you tonight. Queer Marxism goes fucking deep. Okay? It's a lot. You're getting a little bit tonight to kind of start to get you guys acclimated. It's okay that your head's spinning, though. It's a lot to take in, and I really do understand that. Let's see. Hang on. I saw something else. Just so I understand, Sophie is proposing a dissolution of gender leading to a higher argument of No. Men are on the top of the patriarchy. Women are on the bottom of the patriarchy. This is the gender hierarchy. How do you eliminate the gender hierarchy? You eliminate the socially constructed categories of gender altogether, making everyone a they, them. The dissolution of gender is to abolish the patriarchy, abolish the hierarchy, make everyone the same. Everyone is a they, them. Okay? Have queers always been against feminists? Yup. Always. And this is why, guys, this is why I harp on the difference between the normie gay rights activists and the radical revolutionary queer Marxists. They have always been against this. They're against work in general. There's an entire anti-work movement on the left. Let's see, just going through the chat, make sure I got everyone. No, we're not doing queer rope. No, I'm not doing queer. I did queer rope last year. I'm not doing queer rope again. Gender was created to oppress the working class. Exactly. The Fabians are socialists. But they're in the UK, so we don't really deal with them that much. Yeah, it's assimilationist versus non-assimilationist. This is a better way to put it. I was doing reform versus revolutionary. This is actually more accurate. The assimilationist normie gays versus the anti-assimilationist queer Marxists. You're right about that. You're teaching mumbo jumbo. Then get the fuck out, bro. You're not smart enough to be here. Go away.
Dripping in blood, you know, like there's a sort of like the prohibitionist, the one that's kind of involved in like, yeah. So I'm talking about, you know, problems with feminism that are sort of baked into the account of gender in the feminism rather than sort of adjunct to, or like I'm really about challenging the idea that the sort of the real baddies in history have sort of like stolen the feminists to women wash themselves, or you know that they're just merely in every case just weaponizing feminism or co-opting it or in bed with it or because I think it's actually more important for anti-fascist strategic purposes and also for simply like the coherence of our theoretic thinking to understand that feminisms are genuinely multiple and that their accounts of what a woman is, for example, can very coherently have fascistic and colonial sorts of structures baked in and proceed as a coherent feminism on the basis of this already, you know, malformed enemy sort of definition, and that we just have to deal with that and just be like, okay, there are two wolves inside feminist history, and one of them has proceeded in the image of, you know, Elizabeth Cady Stanton or Susan B. Anthony or Mrs. Pankhurst. And so I'm naming these names because they're less dramatically evil than someone like Mae French Sheldon. But you know, our culture uses a completely different language about them. Right. The New York Times is quite happy to talk about the faults and limitations or perhaps the missteps or the errors of someone like a liberal racist like Susan B. Anthony or Elizabeth Cady Stanton. But that's the part of the mechanism by which we actually exclude, as you said, from the narrative altogether, or from the identity feminism altogether, these people who actually are not qualitatively different from the Stantons and Antonys, but just more directly.
Feminism has been used to grow.
God damn it. Can someone rewind and figure out where I just accidentally clicked off the thing? Bach, can you tell me where I clicked off the thing, please? So she thinks the suffragettes are evil? Yup, you were just hearing her say that, except I stupidly did the thing where I clicked on the timeline instead of just pausing the video. I know Bot's going to hook me up, though. She's going to tell me what the timestamp was. I believe in her. Try to find it.
We're involved in world making alongside non-feminists and alongside men. Why are you doing that? You know, what's...
Fuck, I have the super chat over the timestamp? Shit. All right, well. Never forget that I'm a professional streamer on the internet. Exactly. Never forget that I'm a professional at this, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, James, for the super chat. That answer to my question was worth more than I'm donating. I just want you to know how much you taking the time to help us out understand is appreciated. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. I apologize. We're going to have to find where we left off. My bad.
Why are you picking on them?
Why are you picking on them? Yeah.
And, you know, I think is what we need to be in the feminism rather than sort of
this is good.
Figures like Mae French Sheldon or Alma White, who's the first ordained female bishop in the US, who was a Klan theologian and a radical, quite fire-breathing feminist in some ways, or, you know, Mary Sophia Allen, the inventor of
yes, guys, again, for the 87th time, Sophie believes everyone who is not an anti-capitalist is not a feminist. Sophie believes the only form of feminism is anti-capitalism. And Sophie's views are representative of the far left. If you are not an anti-capitalist, you are not a feminist. Definitely after 22-25. Is that where I am now? Well, you know, let's just start here. Whatever.
Women's policing, who was a personal friend of Hitler's and Mussolini's.
Hitler.
And, you know, and Mae French Sheldon.
That's where Hitler was mentioned. Okay. We're starting to get there.
And limitations or perhaps the missteps or the errors of someone like a liberal racist like Susan B. Anthony or Elizabeth Cady Stanton. But that's the part of the mechanism by which we actually...
Susan B. Anthony was a liberal racist. Do you guys have more questions about whether or not she hated the suffragettes? She just said Susan B. Anthony was a liberal racist. This is where we actually left off.
You know, Elizabeth Cady Stanton or Susan B. Anthony or Mrs. Pankhurst. And so I'm naming these names because they're less dramatically evil than someone like Mae French Sheldon.
Karlyn, you said a lot of protesters have protesting and have jobs and they're not paid protesters. But having jobs is part of capitalism. Why would they do the very thing that they're protesting? The Communist Manifesto explicitly states that they are allowed to engage in capitalism in order to survive in the capitalist system, in order to overthrow the capitalist system. How do you expect them to overthrow capitalism if they don't have a roof over their head or food or any of the basic necessities of life? They are allowed to have jobs within capitalism because they use the resources to overthrow capitalism and to survive within the capitalist system that is literally trying to kill them. It is in the Communist Manifesto. That's why.
But, you know, our culture uses a completely different language about them, right? The New York Times is quite happy to talk about the faults and limitations or perhaps the missteps or the errors of someone like a liberal race.
The reason I made fun of that question for new people is because I am literally asked that question like every fucking day by people who claim to read the Communist Manifesto.
Like Susan B. Anthony or Elizabeth Cady Stanton, but that's the part of the mechanism by which we actually exclude, as you said, from the narrative altogether, or from the identity feminism altogether, these people who actually are not qualitatively different from the Stantons and Antonys, but just more directly involved in genocide. And then the thing we also don't get is the undercommons of feminism, right? All the fugitive, proletarian, anti-fascist, anarchist, communist, anti-colonial figures who are not even part of the story or part of the definition.
When fascist feminists control the narrative, they exclude the anti-capitalist, anti-fascist feminists from the story. Sophie is literally saying that if you are not an anti-capitalist feminist, you are oppressing the anti-capitalist feminist. In and of itself is a hierarchy. Listen.
Who actually are not qualitatively different from the Stantons and Antonys, but just more directly involved in genocide. And then the thing we also don't get is the undercommons of feminism, right? All the fugitive, proletarian, anti-fascist, anarchist, communist, anti-colonial figures who are not even part of the story or part of the definition. So I would say that kind of exclusion on both ends is what we need to be sort of paying attention to and noticing. But okay, all of that throat clearing aside, someone like Mae French Sheldon is really strange to exclude altogether from our concept of history, because she really was like the pinup that you would adore if you were a middle.
This is the correct attitude. I love it when people have this attitude. When I correct them on something, and maybe I even do it in a little bit of an annoyed way because I literally have to answer the same question every day of my life for the last 5 years. I like people who have a tough skin. I like people who come back and ask and they learn something and they ask better questions next time. Well done, you. Well done, you. Does nobody know anything about the communists? Not if you don't listen to them. Nope. No one on the no conservative influencer knows what the fuck they're talking about, with rare exception. No one in the Trump administration knows what the fuck they're talking about. No one in the FBI knows what the fuck they're talking about. No conservative commentator, with extremely rare exception, knows what the fuck they're talking about. No conservative knows what the fuck they're talking about unless they watch this content with us. We've seen this over and over and over and over and over again. The entire right wing that claims to be anti-communist have no fucking clue what this stuff actually is. They are completely unhinged from reality. Yeah. Welcome to our world. Why do you think we call this the cult? Once you're here and you see, you can never unsee. It's not that I do anything to keep you in the cult. It's that you can never leave once you arrive, because you realize you're surrounded by retards. Uh-huh. Yep. Mm-hmm. True. Mm-hmm. Yep. Also true. Yep. The right helps communists. Yep. True.
Class feminist in America in like the late 19th century and the very, very early 20th. And, you know, the thing about her apology for the rubber terror in the Congo is that it's such a perfect biographical endpoint for someone who made her name doing a very sort of quote unquote progressive tour of a different place in Africa just a few years prior, right? This is the thing about her that just blows my mind, how neat on the nose history sometimes is, right? She kind of goes in her crazy, outfit that makes her look, I swear to God, a little bit like Daenerys Targaryen from Game of Thrones, with her very, very long blonde wig and her sort of white dress. And her sort of symbols of like eugenic, maternal, racial strength and perfection and beauty and morality, like in hand, like, and she is reported by her devoted like fan press, because there is literally she's like a star, right? There's a fan series of journalists in New York following what she's doing. Traveling through Africa as the Lady Stanley, another way she was calling herself, modeled on, Stanley, the great masculine sort of explorer and adventurer and colonist of Africa, producing ethnographic scientific knowledge, supposedly. And she was going to show as the Lady Stanley, who also called herself the White Queen, and literally signed her name sometimes Bebe Bwana, which is a made-up Zulu. Like it doesn't actually exist, but she said that it's like Zulu for white queen or man, like man, woman, or lady, master. She sort of changed her mind about what she said. She thought it meant. Anyway, no.
Hey, Banfield, thanks for the 5 memberships over on Rumble. Really appreciate it. W's in the chat for Kay Banfield.
I'm like probably kind of, I'm sort of confident that no one actually called her that, but she decided they did, and she told stories all over the lecture circuit in progressive America about how these first Africans, right, the ones she met during her first trip, so not in the Congo, but rather in Tanzania, sort of just fell around her feet, sort of learning how to be more civilized humans through the sheer, eugenic force and radiance and inspiration of her presence as a woman, which meant that she didn't have to be so violent with them as the male version of herself, the Mr. Stanley, who came before, would have had to be. And there was this whole knowledge production about this. It was in service of a transition towards free market capitalism in the history of empire. To be a bit of a sort of historical materialist about this, feminism, and as we see in the
what is the definition of fascism? Free market capitalism.
Case of May French Sheldon, really helped grease the wheels of a certain kind of transition in imperialism towards a more directly capitalistic sort of approach to extraction from Africa, right? So she goes to Tanzania. She's reported by her press fans to be traveling, quote unquote, alone and unescorted. Oh, and there was this sexual frisson to that. Her fans were like, "Oh my God, this woman who actually came initially out of."
Guys, everyone will work in the communist utopia, and there will be the side. And that's the one I meant to click on. This one. Do they all think they will have positions in the new communist utopia? Yeah, everyone would work in the new communist utopia. They all think that they would work. They're all workers. They're all proletariat. Everyone does. Everyone from each according to their ability to each according to their need. That's what they believe. What you're talking about is Stalin. These people reject Stalin. So these are not Stalinists. These are Marxist-Leninists. Yep, we're all fascists. This is why I say just embrace being called a fascist. It's so fucking retarded that people fight against being called a fascist. We're all fascist. Everyone who's not a communist is a fascist. No, I don't, Marty, at all, actually, in any way.
Texas, but affected a British accent and was literally dressing up as Britannia, the avatar, British imperial maternalism.
Right.
And she actually had hired 150 porters in Zanzibar. So this is what alone and
out there solo,
looks like. Yeah, just like Daenerys Targaryen, really, who I think similar things were said about as she made her little tour of whatever, this fictional land of Essos with grateful non-white people sort of imploring her for a mere glance or a mere
Again, you are talking about Stalin. They do not believe that positions of power will exist. They do not believe in hierarchy. You are not talking about the same thing they are. They are not Stalinists. They are Marxist-Leninists that want to abolish all hierarchy. If there are no hierarchy, there is no position of power.
Or a smile. So plenty of feminist and really genuinely suffragist feminist sorts of messages were then sort of hooked onto this supposed scientific insight that May French Sheldon had gleaned about how best to colonize.
Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, average person. Fascism is anti-communism. Embrace it. Fascists keep us safe. So real, so true. Thanks so much.
Feministly in darkest Africa. That was the first trip, and that was what made her career. So she became quite established as a voice of humanitarianism, okay? And that's the context in which she goes back a few years later. And get this, she was paid by both sides. She was paid by King Leopold of the Congo and paid by an editor, W.T. Steed, and his associate in the Free Congo campaign. So basically there's this giant anti-genocide network at this moment, trying to stop this kind of Holocaust in the Congo. And there are, revolutionaries involved in this, right? The Irish radical Roger Casement is sort of trying to to have a role in traveling to the Congo to try and get the word out and have witness testimony about what's actually going on there. And so she takes money from the Free Congo campaign as well as King Leopold himself, and literally goes there, tours around on a boat, and comes back. And what she says is like, no, these Africans are completely different. Like, there's no civilizing them. The only language they understand is et cetera, et cetera. And she even adds a little feminist spin where she says that Congolese men are particularly brutal to their women folk. So she's actually not even that sorry to see, their hands piling up in baskets, which in any case isn't happening. She said it's a really eye-opening story, and you're not the first person to tell me that it's the one that kind of made their jaw drop the most.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the propaganda that's coming back to the US, where she's coming from, and being presented as the narrative. If somebody knows anything about Congo Free States, this is what they know in many cases, probably. So one of the typifications of all of these people, like one of the words that is used to describe all of them by the mainstream press after the fact is complicated. And I feel like that is like, it like comes up again and again. We should laud all of these people, like in their obituary in the New York Times, it'll be like, complicated, but here are all of the positive things that we learned as a result of them being in the world. And I think that it's helpful just to have like, histories like this where we kind of correct those kind of glowing, like the toxic positivity of the obituary that leaves out all of the not so light moments.
Right. I mean, it's extraordinary, isn't it, when the establishment wants to bring out complexity, right? Like, it's like, does it insist on complexity when tending the other direction? I don't want to digress too far, but it's, as you say, it's extraordinary, right? Like that, when it comes to someone like the literal card carrying like Nazi Mary Sophia Allen in the UK, who was a suffragette bombing coordinator, excuse me. No one really remembers the Women's Social and Political Union as a paramilitary that bombed the shit out of England in the years leading up to World War I. But that is in fact what.
Bro. Yeah, I get that you're new. Okay, I get that you're new. So the ones that are anti-work would be work of the. Okay, no, bro. They are anti-work in the capitalist society. These are the people that go into their jobs and they quiet quit. They take their salary, but they just don't do the job. When I say anti-work, they're not lazy. It's not that they don't want jobs. It's that they don't want to support the capitalist system any more than is necessary to be able to put a roof over their head. In a communist society, capitalism does not exist. Therefore, there is no anti-work movement because they have overthrown the capitalist system. You're trying to align things that don't match up. They are in capitalism right now. They want to overthrow capitalism. You're talking about a communist society where capitalism does not exist. Therefore, there is no more anti-work movement because now they're not in capitalism anymore. No, this is not what I'm saying. That is not what was said. This is not about not wanting to work for someone else. This is about not wanting to support the capitalist system and be a part of the capitalist system any more than is necessary to survive within capitalism. That is what it's about. You're allowed to ask questions, but what I'm trying to break down for you is the nuance of what you need to see. You need to understand that the communist society is not the same as the capitalist society, and you need to stop equating the two. I fucking hate it when people, this is exactly the wrong thing to do, by the way. When I yelled at that Texas person earlier, the Texas person came back and said, I don't mind it, I've got a thick skin. That is the right way to handle it. The wrong way to handle it is say, I guess I just won't ask questions anymore. That's not what is being said, bro. This is not the correct way to handle it. I'm taking my toys and going home. No. I'm explaining to you explicitly what you need to know, and I need you to listen. And don't try to read between the lines, because if you're new to this, your interpretation is not going to be correct. And also to send it in the form of a super chat. Exactly. Yep.
Mrs. Pankhurst's Votes for Women operation was, but, which is not to say I don't think people should ever bomb things, but it's interesting. In fact, I'm not at all about nonviolence, but I think it's very interesting that a group that is remembered and chose to be remembered explicitly as minimally nonviolent, right? At most throwing stones and going on hunger strike and in prison and being tortured by the state, and then heroically being rewarded at the end of the war with suffrage for, property owning women over 30, and basically many in the WSPU specifically, unlike the left suffragist organizations, were pretty much fine with that, but decided then to join in no small proportion, the British Union of Fascists in the interwar period, right? So when we're dealing with literal, with people who, in the case of Alan and some of her other comrades, were setting bombs off all over the country, and then joined the British Union of Fascists, I think it's very interesting that liberal historians who only want to sort of protect the legacy of the suffragettes, especially alert.
So I want people to understand here, Sophie is shitting on liberals. Sophie's saying those fucking liberal historians were trying to protect the fascist suffragettes. Do you guys hear this? Have I ever done a deep dive on the battle for Cable Street? No, what's that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Sophie is shitting on liberals because Sophie is a queer Marxist. She is not a liberal. Sophie hates liberals. She believes liberals are fascists and that liberals are protecting the evil fascists. Listen again.
So when we're dealing with literal, with people who, in the case of Alan and some of her other comrades, were setting bombs off all over the country.
Wait, hang on.
And then
hang on, we're gonna have to get back to Sophie shitting on liberals in a second. So I'm curious, why do the right in America not have protests? Because they're all fucking lazy. That's why. They're lazy. They don't believe in organizing because the left does organizing, and so the right can't do organizing because the left does organizing, and the right doesn't want to behave like the left, so they do no organizing. The right doesn't do protests because the left does protest, and therefore the right can't do protests because if the right did protest, they would be just like the left, and so therefore the right can't do protests. They are lazy, they are reactionary, they do the opposite of everything the left does. They do the opposite on principle, whether or not it's a good fucking idea, and then they just post memes on Twitter owning the libs, and they think they're winning when in fact all their kids are going to be Marxists. That's why. That's why. Let me see. He was joking, and I know that. That's what she was just referencing just now. Bring it up on Wikipedia. Very important. You should watch a video. Can we not go down that rabbit hole right now? Can we not do that? Can we not go down a massive rabbit hole? I've already been streaming for 3 hours. Okay, I'm going to put a bookmark in this. I'll think about it later. Hang on, I'm scrolling through the chat, see if I missed anything. Okay. Yeah! It didn't used to be this way, but the Tiki Torch losers and J6ers ruined it for everyone. Those Tiki Torch losers, those awful Tiki Torch losers ruining the fun for everyone for here into eternity. Amalek, I promise I'll look it up, okay?
Join the British Union of Fascists, I think it's very interesting that liberal historians who only want to sort of protect the legacy of the suffragettes, especially allergic to trying to think about that, because I think it is wrong and dangerous. And, and I do think we should maybe talk about why I think it's dangerous at some point, to insist on remembering feminisms as exclusively kind of good. The record shows us anything but, and at the same time, we need to have these conversations acknowledging that there are great reasons why we want to not go after women, like quote.
Hang on. So if the communists take over, what happened to the sick, old, they can't work? From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. So if people legitimately can't work because they're old or they're sick, the community will take care of them. Now, I don't necessarily think that old, sick people are going to like the type of nursing home environments that are probably going to be created on a commune. That's just me. But you won't be expected to do the same thing if you're old or sick as you are if you're like a healthy young man. From each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Well, Amalek, I can only learn 50 or 60 things at once. Okay? Oh my fucking God. He's not going to fucking stop until I just look it up. Battle for Cable Street. God damn it. Okay, can I look at this another time though? Like, please, can I please not do this right now? Please, can you just let me not do this right now? Please. I promise you I will read the Wikipedia article and I will craft very finely tuned questions that I will send you, and then you can answer them and you can feel like really smart, and I'm going to make you feel like super smart. I'm going to say, thank you, Amalek, for teaching me something I didn't know. But can I please just not do this right now? Please, please.
Quite disproportionately. People have good impulses about this. It's like, oh, let's not, contribute to the erasure of women's contributions from history, and let's not like play into the incentives to do like matricide, as it were, intergenerationally, and like shit on the foremothers or whatever, which is a sort of, a trope. And there are incentives in capitalist patriarchy to sort of make your career sort of shitting on other women, and so there's sort of these good reasons.
Sophie is shitting on women who make their career in capitalist patriarchy.
Like play into the incentives to do like matricide, as it were, intergenerationally, and like shit on the foremothers or whatever, which is a sort of, a trope. And there are incentives in capitalist patriarchy to sort of make your career sort of shitting on other women, and so there's sort of these good reasons why we're uncomfortable with.
The irony of Sophie writing an entire book where she's shitting on other women because those women are not anti-capitalist, and then she complains about the capitalist patriarchy in which women can make entire careers shitting on other women. Sophie, you wrote an entire fucking book shitting on women and did a book tour all over the country shitting on women, profiting off of shitting on women by publishing your book with a capitalist book publisher. And I don't give a fuck if Haymarket Books publishes socialist books. It is still a capitalist endeavor to make money to the tune of millions of dollars every single year. So maybe, Sophie, a little self-awareness that you probably shouldn't be, shitting on women who make a living shitting on other women. The book is called Enemy Feminisms, Sophie. You wrote it. You know what it's about. I know what it's about. We all know what it's about.
Saying, like, with leaning in and looking too closely at something like the women's social and political unions entanglements with organized fascism, But I think that over generosity and over charity is a serious mistake. Sorry, I digressed too far.
No. I mean, I think that's useful because it's like, you're like, in terms of framing the project more generally, like, what is the point in going, and looking a little bit more deeply at some of these characters that either have been pushed out of history because of the awful aspects. I'm sure that people have come to you probably with a critique of like, why are you going after us as women? Punch the men if you're going to be critical.
So yeah, exactly. It is simultaneously true that even ruling class.
If you're going to be critical of anyone, be critical of the men on the top of the hierarchy. Okay.
Colonially sort of privileged and positioned and embedded, like ruling class white women in history have, for example, legal disadvantage, or subordination. Even the most privileged women in the world occasionally find themselves sort of abjected in ways they don't see coming in certain scenarios, right? There are plenty of legislatures in the world where marital rape is still not a thing, and sometimes even the most privileged women in the world find themselves on the blunt end of these axes of patriarchal power. To acknowledge that is kind of important, I suppose, and tells us about the necessity of something called feminism in left politics, which I refuse to be evicted from. You know what I mean? I think many of my comrades are like, I don't think feminism is a word that really speaks to our, ACAB kind of horizon, but I'm like, actually, I don't want to be.
ACAB means all cops are bastards. It's talking about abolishing the police and the prison industrial complex and capitalism in general.
Be evicted from feminism because there are so many sort of extraordinary proletarian, anti-fascist, lumpen, utopian struggles that I think cannot quite be fully grasped outside of a struggle like feminism. I think feminism is a pretty good name for the adequately radical critique of capital and empire that tells us about body.
I think that feminism is a good name for the radical critique of capitalism. Listen again.
Quite be fully grasped.
So Sophie's talking about here, just for people who are new, Sophie is talking about how there are people in these far left radical queer movements who are like, I don't even like the word feminism. Feminism doesn't describe me because all these fucking feminist turfs and gender critical assholes, they're all fascists claiming to be feminists. So I don't want to use the word feminist because fuck those bitches. That's what they're saying. And Sophie's saying, no, you don't understand. The word feminist is inherently anti-capitalist, and we need to reclaim the word feminist to have it mean anti-capitalist, queer, communist.
Outside of a struggle like feminism. I think feminism is a pretty good name for the adequately radical critique of capital and empire that tells us about body autonomy, that tells us about the human entitlement to freedom from work. Literally feminism is a great tool for making visible how human flourishing does not inhere in the production of surplus value. Literally, it's like collective life making that makes life worth living. And I think feminism is that, even as it has simultaneously been a tool for trying to concretize and ontologize and impose a definition of like woman, right? Which I think our side has not been interested in defining literally at all. And so I would, I mentioned the two wolves theory of feminist history that I'm sort of floating. And I think in some ways, if I had to name one of the central things that differentiates the two types of feminism, it's this question of,
do some commies have the same perspective with anti-racism? Well, let's see. One sec. This is a communist book about the topic of anti-racism. The title of the book is What is Anti-Racism and Why It Means Anti-Capitalism. So, and you can get 20% off your first order from Veriso Books, which is a communist book publisher. So do commies have the same perspective on racism being about capitalism as Sophie has about feminism being about capitalism? Yup. Because it's always the same thing. It's always about capitalism. Every single thing they do is about capitalism. They believe that racism cannot be defeated until capitalism is overthrown, that the fight against racism is fundamentally linked with the fight against capitalism. This is what systemic racism means. Systemic racism means the system that upholds racism. The system is capitalism. Institutional racism means the institution that upholds racism. That means capitalism. It is always the same thing. Every single thing the left talks about is about capitalism in some way. It's all just different aspects of capitalism. Race is a different aspect of capitalism than gender, then climate change, then the police, then the military-industrial complex, then Palestine, then queer, then gender, then family, then every abortion. Every fucking issue they care about is related back to capitalism in a different way. They're all just different factors of it. Good question, though. Let's see. We got a super chat, I think. Boom. Kate, thank you for the super chat. My very first spring break in high school was in the Soviet Union. I came back home to my dad, 20 years in the Navy, calling me a communist pig, and now I'm dealing with Lenin versus Marx debate on true socialism. My head hurts. Yeah, life is funny, Kate. Life is very funny. I appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much.
Whether you want to, define women, or whether you are comfortable having a certain agnostic openness to what sex might.
The issue is the revolution against capitalism. The revolution is about overthrowing capitalism. We always have to be explicit in this, guys.
Become, and is already, always in the process of sort of becoming. Somebody did a nice review of enemy feminisms where they sort of put it this way, picking up on my discussion of how,
I feel like I did
what
a very
is a
nice
woman,
review.
this question that plenty of right-wingers, but also feminists and sometimes right-wing feminists, which I insist is a thing, love to ask,
Is this about to be my favorite Sophie moment of the night? Is Sophie about to shit on the what is a woman thing? Oh my God, this is so fucking great. Okay, here is why conservatives don't understand why asking what is a woman is a stupid question. The left doesn't care what a woman is because the left believes woman is a social construct created by capitalism. So when you ask a leftist, what is a woman? Or you say, you don't even know what a woman is. They don't give a fuck. They think it's a socially constructed category that is not grounded in biology, that was created by capitalism in the first place. So they look at you like you have three heads. It's not because they don't know what a woman is. It's because they don't agree with your definition of a woman, and they think you're fucking retarded for even believing that woman is a biological category. That is why they are confused, guys. That's what you're going literally like this. You're saying two different things. Sophie, tell us about it, please.
Always in the process of sort of becoming. Somebody did a nice review of enemy feminisms where they sort of put it this way, picking up on my discussion of how, what is a woman, this question that plenty of right-wingers, but also feminists and sometimes right-wing feminists, which I insist is a thing, love to ask, what is a woman? Like, we don't know yet because we don't know what woman would be were she to be free, and we don't know if we would keep that.
When Sophie says free, she means capitalism. And I think she's about to say it, but just listen again. She means when she says free, it means liberated from the oppressive capitalism.
A woman, this question that plenty of right-wingers, but also feminists and sometimes right-wing feminists, which I insist is a thing, love to ask, what is a woman? Like, we don't know yet because we don't know what woman would be were she to be free, and we don't know if we would keep that category in a world in which gender has no longer been forced to be a sort of differential across which value can flow, but is instead capable of being simply proliferation of difference, to be a bit nerdy and theoretical about it.
Gender currently is a capitalist value, is a socially constructed category that capitalism created in order for value to flow through the capitalist system. And we need to liberate the world from capitalism to find the true definition of woman, because we don't know the true definition of woman because it's been oppressed by the evil capitalist. And in a communist world, woman is just about allowing differences to proliferate. Again. Hey, guess what? They don't give a fuck. We don't debunk communists on this stream. This is about learning what they believe. This is not about owning the libs or debunking them with conservative bullshit. Please rein it the fuck in. They wouldn't have the category. The category would cease to exist. There are no identity categories under Sophie's version of communism. No, there are no identity, no women, no men. There are no identity categories. Everyone is a they, them. They believe the identity categories are created by capitalism. They believe it is just comes down to a difference in reproductive ability. They believe that some people will have reproductive ability and some people won't have reproductive ability. But that doesn't mean that people with reproductive ability are women, and it doesn't mean that people without reproductive ability are men, because they've eliminated all categories and they're just allowing differences to flourish. This is what Sophie means when she says they're allowing differences to flourish. Some people are going to be able to be birthing people, and some people are non-birthing people. That doesn't mean there's gender, because gender is an identity category. They're just differences flourishing throughout an entire population of they, thems. Yeah. Welcome to Queer Marxism, bro. Welcome to the most dystopian, ridiculous ideology on the far left. But once you understand this, you're going to understand everything on a whole new level. This is where people with penises, vagina owners, birthing people, uterus havers come from. Exactly. Listen again.
Sometimes right-wing feminists, which I insist is a thing, love to ask, what is a woman? Like, we don't know yet because we don't know what woman would be were she to be free, and we don't know if we would keep that category in a world in which gender has no longer been forced to be a sort of differential across which value can flow, but is instead capable of being simply proliferation of difference. To be a bit nerdy and theoretical about
No,
it. But,
I love that. Yeah, beautifully put. Applause for whoever.
Did everyone hear it? Does anyone have questions? The reason we play this over and over and over again is I want you guys to hear how they talk in the real world, to hear how these ideas show up in the real world, and to know what they're talking about, because they don't believe it is. And you going to one of their events and going, excuse me, do you know gender is a biological category? It will make no difference at all. They do not believe it's a biological category. They believe it is a socially constructed category based on the needs of capitalism. Thanks so much for the super chat. They have admitted that once everything is queered, everything categories erased, they will be getting rid of. Yeah, so this is actually an advanced level understanding. What you're talking about is queer nihilism. We need to slowly introduce this to people, though. So you're getting a little bit ahead of things. Okay, what we're doing right now is like think of it as like a master's degree level education. Like, this is advanced fucking stuff for a lot of people. Gender nihilism is like a step above. It's like PhD level. We need to get people to master's level before we get them to PhD level. But yes, you are correct. And I'll use the category of non-binary as an example. So, the left believes that the categories of men and women are socially constructed based on capitalism. They want to eliminate the socially constructed categories, and so they created a third category called non-binary. That is your average they, them, okay? People identify with the non-binary category in order to not identify with man or woman. Non-binary means no binary. It is designed to abolish the gender binary. So when people are identifying as non-binary, they are identifying as being opposed to the capitalist social construct that is the category of men and women. However, under gender nihilism, the category of non-binary is just a transitionatory category, because the category of non-binary is still a socially constructed category. It's a category that's created in order to be the opposite of the capitalist gender categories of men and women. However, once there are a sufficient amount of people who do not identify as man or woman, the third category of non-binary will also be phased out, and that's where you get just a genderless society. So that does come at some point. You're right about that, but it's a little bit of a mind fuck to think about this, which is why I don't introduce it right away. We have to get people to realize that, like, getting rid of the gender categories is like the first step, but getting rid of non-binary as a category is like the ultimate step, because it eliminates all the categories. Good question, though. Yes, they believe all human potential is being suppressed by capitalism. All human potential. No one says anything about sex. We're talking about gender. Gender and sex is the same thing. If you don't get it, then you need to formulate a question, or you need to just sit and listen and let it absorb, because it's a lot of information. So yeah, you can find out more in the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. We should bring it back. It's just like, it's been crazy lately. There's a lot of stuff we had to put aside. Just going through the chat, seeing if anyone else had questions or if people get it. It seems like the only difference these commies want to proliferate, which they care about, is class difference. No. They don't want class difference to proliferate. They oppose class difference, so that's not correct. Yup, this is some Inception type shit. Yeah, it is. Yup, true. Your gender will be comrade. Correct. Actually, unironically, correct. Yes. Sorry, guys. I'm just going through the chat to see what I missed. Okay. Yeah, we used to, guys, if you're feeling overwhelmed, just know that a lot of people on this channel have been studying this stuff for a long time, and we've had to go back and reread things, and we've had to start over again, and we've had to watch presentations multiple times. So for the people, again, who are feeling overwhelmed by like all of this new information and this crazy dystopian ideology, just understand this takes time to learn. You're not stupid. It just takes time, and it takes like reading things a couple times. It takes multiple iterations. It's just, that's how it is. Nope, this has nothing to do with transhumanism. No. That's conservative. No. Not the same thing at all. I understand why you're saying that, but not the same thing.
Wrote that review.
Yeah, I mean that was me paraphrasing mostly off the cuff, but yeah, I think Mackenzie Work did a very lovely review. So I do want to stick and fight it out over feminism, even as plenty of my most dear chosen ancestors and living ones would not.
Hey, I appreciate that. We try to do those on Socialism Saturday. It takes a lot of work to get to those moments, and I get it. And this is tough information, but I do appreciate it. Once you start your aha moments, it's like, that's when the fun really begins.
Actually necessarily make the same choice, right? They would not, like people like Emma Goldman or, plenty of the sort of colonized and racialized gender freedom fighters that I would write a book about comrade feminism in honor of are not only sort of excluded from canonical histories of feminism, but would also self-exclude. They would be like, feminism is a name for a sort of bourgeois enterprise about, securitizing life and specifically sexuality for a very limited caste of human females. And it's not a word for me, but I am, making this strategic decision after a lot of thought about this to say no,
hang on. No. We are definitely not going into conservative Zionist retardation tonight. That's not happening. There is no reality in which Palestine is Israel. There is no reality in which Israel owns Palestine. That's fucking Zionist retardation. No. Lightning bolts in the chat, please. No.
Oh, Emma Goldman, you are actually a feminist. Like, you're part of feminism. It's a sort of epistemic violence to do that. It's an arrogance, but there's it's subject to a huge debate, and I think feminism is something that liberals and fascists kind of have giant intertwined involvement in historically, but also revolutionaries receive the same sort of inheritances in ways that they've always kind of been, complexly, kind of dialectically.
Hang on. What percentage of the US has the same mindset? Way more than you think. Way, way more than you think.
Contributing to, and I don't really want to make, in a weird way, the purity gesture of saying, okay, we have absolutely nothing to do with these people, because as people living in the belly of the beast, operating in the colonizer's language, sort of using the concepts or fighting in and against the concepts of like the liberal human, right? For example, I think we have to be maybe a bit more attentive to the entanglements and the mess between our currents of thought about gender and these, in some cases, quote unquote, normalized level of racist, kinds of figures have got going on. Like, so the New York Times is like, oh, it was terrible that.
Well, do they believe all people will follow their rules, and if they do not want enforcement, how do they plan on implementing it? If you don't follow their rules, you don't eat. They control the food supply. There are no private farms. There are no grocery stores. There are no restaurants. There's no private food production. They control the food supply. If you don't follow their rules and do the job you're assigned and live in the place they assign you and go along with what the community comrades want, you don't get access to the food supply. So I really hope you've got a homestead and are growing all your own food and cultivating all your own food, because otherwise you're going to starve. Good luck. Guys, I know people have a lot of questions, but can we please make the questions relevant to what we're watching? Because I'm more than happy to answer every question at some point, but we can't do it all in the same stream because we will never get through the stream if I'm just constantly answering questions that are unrelated to the stream. So again, if you're new to my work, the best place to start is by going to my Substack, and then I want you to click on this button here. It says new to my work. And I want you to watch the Re-Education Masterclass. You can also find this on YouTube and Rumble. So let me drop the link in the chat. Don't go anywhere right now. Just sit and listen to this for right now. But like, if you have questions that are not related, watch this. This should answer actually a bunch of your questions, maybe not all of them. And that is the best place to start, all right?
That Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton said these racist things on a couple of occasions, but it doesn't question their belonging to feminism, and it doesn't call into question the net basic value of feminism as a rubric. And that's interesting, isn't it? Because simultaneously that move authorizes the approach that's like quite purgative. Like, you cannot be a fascist and a feminist at the same time. You cannot be a racist and a feminist at the same time in order to really count as...
You can't be a fascist and a feminist, or a racist and a feminist. And again, when Sophie says fascist, she means anyone that's not a communist. When she says racist, she means everyone that wants to uphold capitalism, which they define as private property ownership.
And that's interesting, isn't it? Because simultaneously that move authorizes the approach that's like quite purgative. Like, you cannot be a fascist and a feminist at the same time. You cannot be a racist and a feminist at the same time. In order to really count as real feminism, you have to sort of clear some kind of basic hurdle that has to do with certain kinds of other progressive values. That's what most people like to do, because most, including on the radical left, people prefer to be like, oh, those people over there, TERFs or femo-nationalists or Islamophobic,
femo-nationalists,
or pornophobic or carceral or whatever. And the big one is pro-forced birth, pro-life, anti-abortion feminism. There's no
pro-forced birth. I've never heard Sophie refer to the pro-life movement as pro-forced birth. That's a new play on words.
Those people over there, TERFs or femo-nationalists or Islamophobic or pornophobic or carceral or whatever. And, the big one is pro-forced birth, pro-life, anti-abortion feminism. There's no such thing, right? There are about 1 million op-eds that say that, anti-abortion feminism is not possible. Much as people like to say that right-wing feminism is not possible. And, the idea there is to simply resist and refuse a kind of inquiry into the messy entanglements of different political lineages.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of wall it off instead. Yeah.
You think so? I think Emma Goldman was based later in life myself, but maybe we'll watch this. Oh, okay. Let's watch this at the end. We're not going to watch this right now.
Yeah. And in a weird way, that kind of like conversation that's willing to be like, oh yeah, there were some bad moments in the big liberal progressive greats, the big foremothers of suffrage, the first wave and so on. Or the second wave's, racism, there's a sort of like move that gets made that's like, yeah, there was some bad lacuna. There was some like people left out. There were some people like left behind in this feminism. No, this is actually a wrong metaphor that does not equip us to understand how fascism operates in places we do not expect, including our own structures of thought. And
when they say porn, it's more of a reference to sex work, and they are pro-sex work because they think that sex work exposes the contradictions of capitalism, essentially.
Our own most intimate institutions. If something is, inherently cis-sexualizing or inherently white in its sort of conceptual DNA, like you don't want to widen that fucking tent, you don't want to include more people in it. Like do not
nothing to do with Western civilization. That's a right-wing talking point, not a left-wing reality.
Try and include, in fact, more women in this feminism of whiteness, of class domination, of coloniality. Like don't do that. Just recognize that it is entire and coherent to itself to a certain extent.
No. You're still not grasping what's going on. First of all, in the communist utopia, there will be no money, so no one's getting paid for anything. Secondly, they think that the act of exchanging money for sex exposes the contradictions of capitalism and how capitalism is inherently an oppressive ideology. Again, it's a commentary on capitalism. That's why they support it.
And that there has always been another feminism, and a feminism that's the enemy of this enemy feminism, if you like, fighting for a completely different set of visions and with a completely different idea about what women are or need or want or might become, and a completely different set of priorities around what matters to the women of this world.
So maybe wave isn't the word for it, but some other word to describe what's next in like constantly evolving feminism. For people who don't know about them, I was wondering briefly if you could speak about the Daughters of Bilitis, because we haven't actually gone into them.
Speak about that, Sophie. Help contribute to my book. In fact, I was just thinking, this guy has such an issue with me listening to him and his friends. Maybe I should just make a study of his podcast. Maybe I should. Hey, thanks, Effectual Insurrection, for the super chat. We'll hook for organic food. Yup, and that's a great idea. I mean, he only has 750 subscribers on YouTube. Obviously, that pales in comparison to, like, the number I have. I know he's really crying about that. But, like, listen, he's got a lot of interviews with a lot of communists on this podcast. And this is, like, a treasure trove of information. And I really feel like I could use this they, them. Look, he's got Marsha P. Johnson there. They've got all sorts of queer communist stuff. And so I really think that as long as he leaves his entire podcast on YouTube, then I will be making a study of his podcast in order to write books about his ideology. And I think that's a really good idea. I think that this person should be a reoccurring character on the stream. I know he's just going to love it, that I'm going to profit off his ass literally every single time I do an episode. See, bro, this is what happens when you lie about me on the internet. I may not have found out about the lie for months because you don't really have a platform like I do, so I just didn't hear about it. But this is what happens when I find out that you lie about me on the internet. I use you to make money. Also, though, I am researching books on queer Marxism, so this is actually very useful information for me. So not only is he going to make me money when I do the streams about him, he's also going to make me money when I write books and sell those books of explaining their ideology to people explicitly. I feel like this is a win-win-win for me and a lose-lose-lose for this guy. Just saying.
Covered a couple other periods, like covered girl bosses here. People can go back and check out that episode. I'll link it in the show notes. But the Daughters of Bilitis we actually haven't spoken about, and a lot of their organizing happened here in the Bay.
I know. Yeah, I'm not as up on this history simply because I am actually focusing for this research project on, and I do defend this very much as a critical utopian kind of endeavor and as a service to hopefully like anti-fascism, on the people who are doing anti-liberatory women's emancipation politics. So you know, what I would argue you should do is actually bring someone on whose focus is on Beth Elliott.
See, if he hadn't lied about me, we totally could have had a conversation. I have a bunch of fucking research. I literally have original Daughters of Bilitis primary source documents in my office. I have their fucking newsletter. The original version of it. Just saying, bro, like really big fuck up here.
Elliott's activities with her sisters as a Bilitis chapter president.
Yeah. Definitely.
Do the words they say actually mean anything, or are they just making it up? I've been streaming for 3.5 hours tonight, meticulously breaking down the meanings of their words, playing things for you multiple times so that you can hear them say the meanings of their words, explaining over and over and over again with great nuance and detail, but also concisely so people don't like leave the stream. I have been explaining the definitions of all their words clearly for 3.5 hours. They are incredibly consistent with the words they use. They all understand the meanings of their words. The left understands what is being said in this presentation. It is the right that does not understand. The reason that you think that they're making it all up as they go along is because you do not speak their language. You do not understand their words. The purpose of this entire fucking exercise and the streams I do like every single day is about teaching you what their words mean so that you understand what is being said. It's like saying French people are just making stuff up instead of just saying French people are speaking French. I don't even think those people in France know what those words mean. They're just making shit up. No, they're just speaking French. They're speaking French. They're not speaking English. Just because they're not speaking English doesn't mean that they're just making it all up.
Look out for that one. Got a content idea for a future episode. So yeah, I mean, I really encourage people to pick up the book. Each chapter has a different story that was lost to my own knowledge of history. I know that your next project, you mentioned when we were talking when you were here in San Francisco, was potentially on youth liberation.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, so before I wrote Enemy Feminisms, I wrote 2 books about the communization of care and the abolition of the family. Those 2 phrases are pretty much the same in my mind. And, the first one, Full Surrogacy Now, approaches it as a topic from the vantage point of gestational labor, or what I think we should politicized more on the left in this way, like gestational labor, i.e. pregnancy, and I think abortion should be understood perhaps a bit more widely as, the self-extrication from a pretty sticky gestational workplace. Like, you should not have to do gestational labor for a second more than you want to, right? And anyway, that's a sidebar. I think that was part of it, but the main thing was about the relations that we build out of pregnancy, and how a critique of the possessive and proprietarian kinds of relations we tend to have towards the like products of gestational labor, like humans that we make.
Okay, Sophie. Sophie is about to explain why parental rights shouldn't exist. Sophie believes that parental rights are ownership over the products of your gestational labor, and she believes that children are but little adults that can make all their own decisions, and that parental rights over your kids is the same as owning slaves, because you believe that you own your children, and therefore, ergo, we should abolish parental rights because they are just a propertied form of relationship over your gestational labor. Everyone understand? Let's listen again. Sophie's original books were about abolishing the nuclear family, guys.
As the self-extrication from a pretty sticky gestational workplace. Like, you should not have to do gestational labor for a second.
Gestational labor means giving birth.
Second more than you want to, right? And anyway, that's a sidebar. I think that was part of it, but the main thing was about the relations that we build out of pregnancy, and how a critique of the
relations that we build out of pregnancy means that just because you have a child doesn't mean you own that child.
Possessive and proprietarian kinds of relations we tend to have towards the like products of gestational labor, like humans that we make.
Oh, hang on. You're confused. You're confused. You believe the bullshit narrative that the left aborts all their children. No, they don't. The left has childcare built into their meetings. Leftists have children. They have kids all the time. This is a bullshit narrative. You need to unlearn this if you're going to understand what they're talking about. The left absolutely has children. The left has childcare built into all of their fucking meetings. They have children's story time. They have children's games. They have entire activity groups for children. I promise you they have fucking children. Bro, you have been asked multiple times to cut the bullshit. I'm now putting you in a 5-minute timeout. Reagan is trying to get you to stop. You're not fucking listening. Either listen or leave. Listen again.
The self-extrication from a pretty sticky gestational workplace. Like, you should not have to do gestational labor for a second more than you want to, right? And anyway, that's a sidebar.
Bro, since you didn't listen to me, I'm now putting you in a 5-minute timeout. I don't think you're serious about being here. If you come back from the timeout and whine about the fact that I put you in a timeout, or complain in any way, or say that I took away your free speech, just remember, this is a fascist dictatorship. I am at the top of the hierarchy on this fucking YouTube channel. I asked you to cut with the conservative bullshit. You continue to perpetuate the conservative bullshit. Now you're going to be shut the fuck up for 5 minutes. If you come back and continue to be a conservative retard, you will be deported from the channel. Enjoy your timeout. Listen.
I think that was part of it, but the main thing was about the relations that we build out of pregnancy, and how a critique of the possessive and proprietarian kinds of relations we tend to have towards the like products of gestational labor, like humans that we make anew are organized in capitalist patriarchy as quasi property, actually, right? And we privatize the care of children into private nuclear households in ways that we
privatize the care of children into private nuclear households. We're going to listen to that again. No, you should definitely keep asking questions, but it's not ownership of children. No. You don't understand the exercise that we're doing. The exercise that we're doing is not debunk the communist. The exercise that we're doing is understand what they actually believe. You are still in debunk the communist mode. I need you to remove yourself from that mode and listen to them for what they believe, not how you're going to debunk what they believe, because debunking doesn't fucking matter. Listen again.
I think that was part of it, but the main thing was about the relations that we build out of pregnancy and how a critique of the possessive and proprietarian kinds of relations.
Hang on. This is why, guys, this is why I beg and plead to only ask questions relevant to the video, because we're literally never getting through this. Is there a section related to this on Decode the Left? Not yet. I'm working on 16 or 17 projects at the same fucking time. Now, everyone, please only ask questions relevant to what is in the presentation. Otherwise, this is literally never ending.
That was part of it, but the main thing was about the relations that we build out of pregnancy and how a critique of the possessive and proprietarian kinds of relations we tend to have towards the like products of gestational labor, like humans that we make anew are
the proprietarian relationship that we have with the children that we make. When Sophie says proprietarian relationship, what she means is people are under the mistaken assumption that they own their children. Sophie believes that parental rights over your kids is a form of private property ownership. Parental rights are a form of capitalism. They are a proprietarian relationship. Abolishing capitalism means abolishing parental rights. Also, and I don't think I've explained this recently for the new people, the reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family, which is directly related to this topic, is they believe the nuclear family is the method of social reproduction of capitalism. Essentially, it goes like this. Parents have children and they raise them with capitalist values in the capitalist nuclear family. Those children then go on to be oppressed proletarian in the workforce, where they continue to perpetuate capitalism, even though they are oppressed under capitalism. Therefore, in order to abolish the system of capitalism, you need to abolish the nuclear family, because the nuclear family is where capitalist values get reproduced and capitalism perpetuates. This is called social reproduction theory. Social reproduction theory is the foundation for why they want to abolish the nuclear family. There's other reasons as well. We're not going to do a nuclear family episode right now. I've done them before, but you have to understand that this is what Sophie is getting at. If you have parental rights over your kids, then you own your kids. It is a propertied relationship. In the raising of those kids, you raise them to believe in proprietarian values, which perpetuates the capitalist system. The only way to abolish capitalism is to abolish the method of reproduction of capitalism, which is the nuclear family. Does everyone understand what I just said? 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you're still confused. It's okay to say you're confused, but I need to have a gauge about where people are at. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you're still confused. Again, it's okay to be confused. It's totally fine. Okay. If you're confused, okay, well, you keep spamming now. Put out, no, don't spam. Don't fucking put, okay, bro. Ask a question. If I see you put 2 in the chat again, I'm permanently banning you. Put 1 more 2 in the chat, Barry. You're going to get permanently banned from the channel for spamming and being an asshole. Ask a question. It's okay. Okay, bye. Bye, bro. Bye.
Organized in capitalist patriarchy as quasi-property, actually, right? And we privatize the care of children into...
She just said that they're quasi-property. Parental rights mean you own your children in the same way that slave owners owned their slaves.
anew are organized in capitalist patriarchy as quasi property, actually, right? And we privatize the care of children into private nuclear households in ways that we, tend to quite widely have certain critiques of, but never an abolitionist vision, usually, like vis-a-vis. But then Abolish the Family clarified what the family abolitionist jumping off point of Full Surrogacy Now, a book about pregnancy, really, like both waged and unwaged, right? In case I haven't made this clear, Full Surrogacy Now does not call for involvement in commercial gestational surrogacy.
You have actually called for that, Sophie. You have. Sophie is saying this because she fucking I fucking rule. Sophie knows exactly what I'm gonna say. The only reason Sophie's offering this clarification is because I have called Sophie out on this bullshit so many times, and so now this is actually great information. Sophie gives an interview. She goes in with me in the back of her fucking head, and she knows, oh shit, Karlyn's gonna watch this interview and Karlyn's gonna say that I believe in surrogacy and that I want to clone humans like they clone lambs. Except, Sophie, I literally have you on video talking about using bio bags to grow humans. I have that on video, Sophie. You said it in 2021. A couple times, actually. Because I've watched every Sophie presentation ever and Sophie fucking knows it. Sophie's book, Full Surrogacy Now, is actually not about that, though. Sophie's book, Full Surrogacy Now, is how we are all surrogates for each other. We all have a responsibility to care for each other. It's an argument of making all, like, the children belong to the community. Everyone has a responsibility to parent the children. Everyone has a responsibility to each other. We are each other's caretakers. That's actually the argument that Sophie's making. And I'll be intellectually honest about that. Sophie and her queer Marxist friends will never be intellectually honest about me. They make shit up about me all the time. I will actually be intellectually honest about what they believe. But the reason Sophie is giving this qualification is she damn well fucking knows I'm going to watch this, and she damn well fucking knows I have her on video talking about reproducing children in bio bags the same way they cloned a goat. That's funny though, Soph. Thanks for that.
Full Surrogacy Now, a book about pregnancy, really, like both waged and unwaged, right? In case I haven't made this clear, Full Surrogacy Now does not call for involvement in commercial gestational surrogate pregnancy. It's not a weird girl bossy endorsement of the contract pregnancy industry, which the book is largely devoted to criticizing as a neo-colonial and really quite hyper exploitative and problematic.
Okay, here's where the conservative pedophile obsession comes in. Do they believe age is a social construct? Because that must mean they're all pedophiles. No. Well, they do believe age is a social construct. But so I have Sophie recorded explicitly saying we should not be sexualizing children. I have her, and she didn't know she was being recorded. She had no fucking idea. So no. This is the conservative obsession with pedophilia, and this is not relevant to what the far left believes. The far left is not filled with pedophiles. They're not filled with maps. Those are rare exceptions that are universally excommunicated from leftist activism spaces, but they go viral on right-wing social media because they say crazy shit. But just because you see someone going viral on right-wing social media does not mean they are actually relevant in far left spaces. In fact, a lot of times they're universally banned and kicked out of far left spaces because they don't believe the pedophile shit. This is also a libertarian argument, by the way, against laws in government in general. It's not about pro-sexualizing kids, just like the left is not pro-sexualizing kids. It's not a part of their makeup. So...
kind of industry, although not one I think we should exceptionalize in the way that, you know, sex worker exclusionary radical feminists also exceptionalize the sex industry, right, as a place that women need to be like rescued from against their will if necessary and for their own good. But so that all said, I'm now, I guess, returning with the Liberation of Children book to a kind of perhaps again a more like positive, you know, the titles have sort of
I told you guys earlier, Sophie is actively working on a book right now about child liberation. The idea of child liberation is, again, eliminating parental rights, freeing children from the capitalist nuclear family in which they're owned by their parents. If you don't understand, you need to ask a question so that we know what you don't understand. Does she think that society as a whole should bear responsibility for the children? Yes. Or is it just the child is its own person? She thinks that everyone is responsible for raising all children, essentially.
You know, maybe contain a clue, because I full surrogacy now and abolish the family, and then
the full starter is if you go to my Substack, that is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You go to the new to my work section, and I will put the link in the chat right now. Start with Re-Education, an anti-communist introduction to the far left. If you want to keep going, you can watch the 4-hour How to Speak Socialist masterclass. If you want to keep going and do a deep dive into queer Marxism, do an introduction to queer Marxism, the left's most dystopian ideology. But no matter what you do, start here. Do not go just to the queer Marxism lecture because you're not going to understand all of it. Start with the starter class, then do the more advanced class, and then do queer Marxism last.
I sort of switched to looking at the other side, right? Enemy feminisms. That's a descriptive rather than a prescriptive title. But now I want to go back to another dimension of the often quite memory-hold history of the radical and revolutionary struggle for the communization of care. And so whereas I was looking at pregnancy, I'm now thinking of looking at the
communization of care means universal health care. This is where the idea of universal health care comes from. Communization of care means it means that you are not limited to the resources of your nuclear family, because they believe that one of the things the nuclear family does is limit people to the insurance of your parents or your spouse. Whereas the communization of care makes all resources available to everyone. You're not limited to the resources of your nuclear family because the nuclear family no longer exists. So that's where universal health care comes from. It comes from this idea of communization of care. Nationwide forced foster system, not really. Not really at all, but I appreciate the money.
The children's collective sort of self-determination and bodily autonomy struggles that have been left out of histories of revolutionary movements. And, you know, actually, it's remarkable how many radical, including like Black Power groups, including disability liberationist groups, women's and gay liberation groups, perhaps more obvious, but various kinds of, you know, anti-capitalist and anti-colonial formation in the 60s and 70s were politicizing children as subjects in their own right of politics rather than passive sort of recipients of like protective or, you know, gestures, you know, like defend and protect trans kids, as we're now saying, which is not worthless at all, right? But perhaps, you know, could do with being challenged a little bit on the basis that, you know, trans kids might want, you know, other things than simply protection, because, you know, kids are in fact, you know, people with a range of political opinions and desires of their own.
Yeah. Children are but little people with a range of opinions and wants and needs. They don't need parental rights.
Bit on the basis that, you know, trans kids might want, you know, other things than simply protection, because, you know, kids are in fact, you know, people with a range of political opinions and desires of their own.
Yeah.
Exactly.
What they want.
And Yeah, so I mean, I think I'm going to have a theoretic contribution to make as usual, but with a sort of historicizing, amongst other things, kind of method where I look back, not just to the 60s and 70s actually, but to the very early 20th century where there were kids organizing school strikes, but also factory strikes, because children worked, as you know, in factories up until the 20th century, before these things were sort of criminalized in most of the Western world, or outlawed. And so I'm really interested in these points where kids walking out of school as a site of work, and kids walking out of waged.
School is a site of work? Is that what all the student walkouts are about? School is a site of work for kids.
Or outlawed. And so I'm really interested in these points where kids walking out of school as a site of work, and kids walking out of waged work were sort of making contact and potentially linking up and joining forces. I will say I haven't really started the research or the writing on that book yet, but thank you for asking about it. I do think that child's bodily autonomy and child liberation is one of the really important places. It's like a nexus of political antagonism in this moment, of trans annihilationism and the privatization.
If nobody works, who pays for everything? There's no money. There's no money in a communist society. There are no banks in a communist society. And no one is suggesting that no one works. Literally, no one has said that. This is a conservative bullshit talking point because you're not listening to what's being fucking said. If you don't do the job they assign you in their communist society, you don't eat. Thanks for the super chat, Deets. Far left probably has fewer pedophiles because it organized. Yeah, that is actually true. And actually, with all the Epstein file stuff, I've been seeing videos on far left social media that are basically saying, listen, communists, we don't actually have pedophiles. We don't actually have this problem. And they're looking at the Epstein files and using the Epstein files as evidence that the right wing is really the pedophile problem, and that they actually have dealt with the pedophiles because there are no communists in the Epstein files. And actually, unironically, they're not actually wrong about that. There are no communists that I know of in the Epstein files. So they're actually saying that we are the ones that eliminated communism. Is he still being an asshole in the chat? I swear to God. Hang on. Okay, Willie's getting permanently banned. Bye, Willie. See ya.
The privatization of care, that this current sort of class war from above is attempting to enact on populations. I think the figure of the trans child, but in a sense beyond that, really what's going on is like the child tout court is the object of a kind of biopolitical fascist assault in this moment. So I think we on the radical left should really get better at thinking about this in ways beyond parochial or like paternalistic protection.
Looking forward to reading that one. Thinking in terms of, like recently the Iowa labor laws.
Did Jim Jones have the same beliefs? Yup. Yes, he did. Well, I don't think he had his beliefs as fully built out as Sophie does, but yes, Jim Jones was 100% a socialist. Yeah, 100%. Average person, there's a reason why the Catholic priest and young boy is such a prevalent stereotype. So fucking real. So real. I'm not going to go there right now, though, average person. Thank you.
That are bringing down the age that people are legally are allowed to work, and how it's sort of like building character as a kid is being weaponized in the service of capitalism there. And then also, like in cases where, I mean, I think, of course, with celebrity figures. It's always the most public version of a struggle, often comes via these people who are already maybe famous, but like all of the stuff around child actors of late.
Oh yeah.
I've been watching all of the documentaries about like, you know, what's happening behind the scenes. And
Yo, T-Mac in with the super chat. Thanks so much, bro. The Tech Bros predictions of a universal basic income come true in the next 3 to 5 years. Do you think that will take some momentum out of the Marxist movement? Oh no. They want that. They want that. They think that that is proof that socialism needs to happen and that capitalism is failing. So they want the universal basic income. Now, will that stop them from eliminating money once they get their capitalist utopia? No, not at all. They're not going to have money in the excuse me, their why did I say capitalist utopia? Communist utopia. No. There's going to be no money in the communist utopia. But in the meantime, do they have any problem like taking money from the capitalist state? Because remember, they believe the United States government is a capitalist state. It's an accelerationist tactic. Thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it.
Nickelodeon and parents kind of dipping into the salaries of kids, the stage parents, so to speak. Anyway, so interesting. And finally, what's the best way for people to follow your work?
I have a Patreon. It's Repro Utopia. So REPRO, Utopia, one word. There are plenty of things there. In fact, I'm surprised we didn't get more into this. I should have maybe flagged this earlier, but I've got some pieces about Zionist feminism that I let people know on my Patreon whether I've published something publicly, but sometimes I also have pieces there that are either long formats of things I'm putting up.
Let me give you a too long didn't read on Sophie's approach to Zionist feminism. If you are a Zionist, you are not a feminist because Zionist is inherently capitalist. Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land from the indigenous Palestinians, and therefore, ergo, if you support Israel, you are supporting capitalism, and you don't support real feminism because real feminism is anti-capitalist.
Publicly or just early access or stuff like this, and sometimes just especially for the Patreon.
Hey James, thanks so much for the super chat. I appreciate it. As true communism has never been fully implemented globally, is it still in theory? Yes. That each of these sessions are them sharing what they conceptualize how it will work. Yes, exactly. They're sharing their what they call their utopian vision for how it will work. But it's like they know they're writing sci-fi to a certain extent. And literally there are sci-fi books about this. There's a book called Everything for Everyone that is a literal sci-fi utopian visioning effort to figure out what the communist utopia looks like. But they do believe real communism has never been tried because it's never been global, and they need it to be global in order for it to be tried, because if a communist country exists around capitalist countries, they will all get consumed by capitalism. So they don't know what it fully looks like until they actually overthrow the government. But they do lots of visioning exercises to say it could be this, it could be that, it could be this other thing. They are trying to create some sort of like goal, but they also will say we don't know what's going to happen because it's a utopian vision.
And I've gone really quite deep into the sort of 19th century precursors to Zionist feminism, and then thinking about the way that Zionist feminism has been a way of making sense, if you like, fascist sense of the necessity of the genocide of Palestinians in this latest acceleration of that 76 or 7-year-old genocide.
Why is it that conservatives insist on doing this literally until the very end? Bro, they're winning and you're fucking losing. They're just daydreaming. She probably doesn't have a job and she's just making up stories and daydreaming. They're winning and you're losing. They're not just daydreaming, bro. Do the disabled get disregarded? Nope. What do you think disability studies is about? Disability studies is about how to include disabled people in everything to make sure their abilities are accounted for within the system, because disabled people are fundamentally oppressed by capitalism. Disability probably wouldn't even exist unless capitalism, if capitalism didn't exist, shit like that. So no, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Yeah, it's also called crib studies. We're not ready to do crib studies yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get to crib studies. Don't worry.
In progress since October 7th, 2023. So I've been, posting content there for a few years. It's just a really nice place where people support my writing, whether or not I'm necessarily like feeding sort of work into it on a particularly productive basis. But I also have a website, and that's La Sophielle. It's LA and then my name, Sophie, and then lle.org, La Sophielle. And I post, just a list of all the stuff I publish. I publish stuff way too much because I'm a freelance writer and I need to eat, but also because I'm a workaholic, if I'm honest, like an anti-work workaholic, which is, this is hardly succinct, is it? This is not the most succinct.
One of those people that I know, for sure.
But you can find me for now on Blue Sky. Constantly. Yeah, that's right. Repro Utopia, and people are should feel free to hit me up with questions or whatever.
Cool. We'll send people there, and thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Toshio. I'm a huge fan of San Francisco. Perhaps you could have me back to talk about something a bit less sad, as it were.
Yeah. I think definitely you guys should do this again. I think that every time that Sophie appears on San Francisco, we're definitely going to watch that and we're going to enjoy it. And most importantly, every time Sophie does this, I'm going to profit from it. And we are going to be going through the San Francisco archives with a fine-tooth comb to find anything that can help inform us about their ideology, or again, make me money, because it's not just about money, guys. You got to understand, there is nothing that pisses these people off more than when I use their content to make money, to further what I'm doing, and there's not shit they can do about it because it is public on the internet. So if you're going to put public content on the internet, I am allowed to use that to study you, to research you, to figure out what you believe, to share that content with my audience, to do in-depth breakdowns about what is going on, to use it to explain to ignorant conservatives who don't know anything what you actually believe. I'm allowed to use all this content. It's called fair use, motherfuckers. Also, socialists are not technically supposed to believe in private property ownership, which means they don't believe in intellectual property ownership, which means they don't believe in copyright. So any true socialist or communist should welcome anyone using their content. And if I get a copyright strike in any way, or if they fight me in any way, that is just a reflection of the fact that they actually do believe in intellectual property, which is a reflection of the fact that they believe in capitalism, which is a reflection of the fact that they're not actually good socialists or queer Marxists, because good socialists and queer Marxists do not believe in intellectual property and they don't believe in capitalism. I have to remind them of this every so often because it's funny. Socialists get very, very capitalist the minute that I take their publicly available internet content and I say, I'm going to use it to study you retards, and I'm going to break down what you actually believe, and I'm going to show people what you're talking about in your private spaces. And that's just going to be the way it is. So, San Francisco, you could have avoided all of this just by keeping your fucking mouth shut about me. But no, you had to make videos on the internet lying like the little commie, like douchebag retard that you are. So it's nice to make your acquaintance, bro. Nice to make your acquaintance. I would have forgotten about you entirely had you not made a video lying about me on the internet. But now I know. Now I know. Yo, James in with the $50 super chat. I bet San Francisco really loves that. This is how much tonight was a golden for me. Thank you again. I read where the communists believe that AI will help accelerate their ability to redistribute property equally. So true. That has always crippled communism in the past. Appreciate your thought. AI could go either way, right? Because AI could either facilitate the communist utopia or AI could work against the communist utopia. I truly don't know. I've seen them go both ways about it. I think they're still figuring out AI. I think we're still figuring out AI. It's kind of like the great unknown Wild West of the moment. It could be terrifying, or maybe we'll have a Star Trek like reality. I wouldn't mind living in Star Trek. Like, honestly, like, it wasn't like the worst place in the world. Maybe AI will create Star Trek, or maybe AI will create a dystopian hellhole, or maybe AI will reveal what really happened in the Holocaust, or maybe AI will just destroy us. Who the fuck knows? I guess we'll see, though. We'll see what goes on. Hey, Capitalist Maximus, thanks so much for the super chat. Shout out to Sophie. Thank you for so much for the stream, Karlyn. Fantastic work you're doing. I do appreciate that. Guys, that's it. Oh, Reagan wanted me to watch this video. Hang on. Let's watch this this video Reagan sent me. I'll get that super chat in a sec.
Posting videos of Andrew Cuomo. He's so sexy, he's so strong. You ignore the strikers, the Deps and Rikers, George W. Bush, you fucking frauds.
Wow.
You've betrayed the working class. Emma Goldman would have beat your ass.
Emma Goldman turned into an anti-communist later in life, you fucking retards. This is why I feel like I'm the modern day incarnation of Emma Goldman, because yeah, Emma Goldman was a really famous communist. Yeah, Emma Goldman had style, man. Emma Goldman had swagger. Emma Goldman also became an anti-communist in real life, like a devout anti-communist in real life. So you guys lose again.
Dirtbag leftists sharing memes, snake emojis, you think you're at war? Bernie Sanders, in your dreams, systems rotten to the core. You should have listened to Crass. Emma Goldman would have beat your ass. Adam Schiff, CIA, the resistance, what a fucking joke!
So real.
You blame the Russians, you wave the flag, you call for censorship and call it woke. Your half-baked liberal politics are trash.
Oh yeah?
Emma Goldman would have beat your ass. You should have listened to Crass.
Anarchist.
Emma Goldman would have beat your ass. Emma Goldman would have beat your ass.
Hey, thanks, Reagan. That was really fun. That was really awesome. I appreciate it. Let me get that last super chat. I appreciate the super chat. Do you think the directionless and therefore detrimental progress in AI development is primarily a capitalist issue? Bro, I don't even know how to start to answer that question. I truly don't know. I listen, there's only so many things I can think about at once, and like getting into like all the nuances of AI development is just not where my brain's at right now. So I truly don't know. Communists and socialists are thinking about AI. I think that they're certainly thinking about how they can corrupt it. I've seen them give presentations about it, but they also think it could help them, but they also think it could hurt them. It's like, it's just all over the place. I do appreciate the super chat. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. All right, guys, that's going to wrap us up for tonight. That was a lot. 4 hours. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming tomorrow because tomorrow's Sunday and usually I take Sundays off. If there's protesting or something going on, I'll come online. But usually what we do on Sundays is movie night. I have no fucking clue what we're watching for movie night tomorrow. Does anyone know? We do movie nights on Sundays in my supporter Discord. If you have a channel membership or a Substack membership, or you're a supporter on a different platform, you can come join me in the supporter Discord tomorrow at 8 p.m. I will be posting out the link to the Discord if you don't have it already. I'll be posting it tomorrow afternoon. So if you're like, Karlyn, where's the link? Don't worry, I'm going to post it tomorrow afternoon. I will post it in the post tabs on YouTube. I will post it out to the chat on Substack. If you need it in another place, do let me know. Dead Poet Society, that's right, duh. We're watching Dead Poet Society tomorrow at 8 p.m. in the supporter Discord. Come and join us. It's an awesome movie if you've never seen it. Tommy's at Ice. Okay, well, maybe we'll check that out, but maybe I'll just go and relax too. I want to give a big thank you to everyone who sent in super chats tonight. I want to give a big thank you to everyone who sent in channel memberships. 147 new channel members. You guys are all going to get access to Spy Stream. We got a bunch of Spy Streams coming up this week. And it's going to be awesome. So keep an eye out on all the different websites. I will be posting when we're doing Spy Streams. I can't tell you what we're doing because Stacy will go and rat me out. But we'll still get into them, and it'll still be awesome. All right, guys, that is all I have for tonight. That's it. That's it. It's all over. I will see you guys when I see you, either tomorrow or on Monday at 5 p.m. Thank you guys for dropping by the channel. I really appreciate all the support tonight. You guys rock, and we'll do it again soon. Okay, guys? Take care. Have a good one. We will see you soon. I got to set my outro video. Oh, no. There it is.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer. piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital. That's difficult to answer.